on. Hang on. Where's this gadget? There it is. Happy New Year. You're all very welcome to Thursday. Yes, the first day of a new year. I woke up to absolute terror and Jesus. Right. Wait till I tell you now about this, right? Went to bed last night. We were watching telly. Had some cheese and wine. It was very nice. Had nightmares then because they had cheese. But then when I woke up this morning, all the lights were on at 100%. That's odd. Right? So I went off to, what's the devil? Tried to get the old Alexa up and running. Yeah, she wasn't having any of it. Right? None of my smart stuff was working. It all went into, dumb mode. But I realised that I had lost my internet connection. Yes, from air. Me fibre. Me 5 gig fibre. Right? That shit. So I went about trying to fix it. And I couldn't. Right, 3 hours doing this, lads. Turned off the box, turned off the gadget on the wall, turned everything off, turned it back on again, nothing. So then I got my backup line working, which is Vodafone, that came alive, right? And then half of it there got shagged, because I was reaching it. Anyway, loads of things fell. I fixed them since. And I did a reset. Eventually I did a reset. I was getting thick. I was like, right, I'm going to reset the whole thing. So I did. I reset it. And then I had to go back in and reconfigure everything. And anyway, to make a long story short. No, I won't. I'll make a short story long. So after reconfiguring everything, we had power. Or we had, technology working. But none of me lights would work. Ah, shit. So to go off then and reconfigure all my lights. Brilliant. Then I'm left with one issue. I've one issue. I don't think that screen is connecting to the world of everything that... Right. And I don't know why. It's using the... what's it called? OBS WebSocket thing. It's a very fancy setup, I don't even understand it. I've a switch over there in behind everything, which is all the Vodafone stuff. I've another switch over here with all its lights flashing in the thing, right? I've a router inside in the living room and I've a router here. And I've a Muppet in between the two of them, right? So I still can't figure out why I can't get that screen working. Maybe you could... Yeah, see, I don't think the commands are working. I've no idea why. Now, I use StreamerBot. So I need to figure out why that's not working. I wonder, is it in me OBS here? Enable. Oh, hang on there now, look. Show connection information. It appears the output stream recording is currently active. Are you sure you want to show me connect info? Yeah, go on. Okay, so it is connected on this. However, it's not connected on the little gadget over there, right? How do we do this now? That's on a different IP address that I haven't a clue what it is. I don't even know where to even start with this stuff, lads. It's all like, who's in charge? Why did it do things? And that's a big 10-4, good buddy. So I don't know what's wrong, really. But we'll ramble on and see what happens without it. Worst case scenario, there's a nice tutorial on Patreon. Yeah, but I can't get the thing to work. Do you know? It's the 2K, Y2K26. Y26K. No, wait. Y2... balls. It's shagged. You wake up, you go to bed, everything's absolutely fine. All is well in the realm. No issues at all. You wake up the next morning and the whole thing is all changed. Why is that? Does anyone know? Couldn't tell you. I'll show you me settings and maybe you can say, yeah, you've done that wrong, Murph. But I can't get this gadget to work. Unless, of course... Do you know what I could... Hang on. Don't look at me head. Not handy the way I can move this. I'll close this for a second, look. Right? And I'll do what everyone else tells me to do. We'll just... I nearly bashed. We'll just restart it, right? We'll just restart it. So let's see what happens. But today, friends, you're all very welcome in. Hope the head isn't too sore. And you're all grand. Today, we're going to be continuing with our Navigraph Academy. Takeoffs and landings. Maybe circuits if we have time. But takeoffs and landings. You might think, was there any lead you can take off? Well, I mean, landing is a different kettle of fish. But there are certain things when it comes to takeoffs that we need to kind of be aware of, right? In the real world, you also, but very important, you need to know the aborted takeoff procedure because, well, it's a real thing you need to consider. Engine failure, performance, right? The weather phenomenon could hit you out of nowhere. So, well, what do you do? I mean, we want to go up into the air, but like, what if we can't? What do we do? So we're going to be touching on some of that now from today, you see. So, we'll play it by ear. Navigraph are going to instruct us on the way, and I'll share what I know as well. And again, it's aimed heavily at Flight Sim 2024. I mean, that's where Navigraph Academy works, and Flight Sim 2020. So if you're on other sims, it probably doesn't do a whole lot in terms of tracking, but you can still follow along the course. And the Navigraph Academy is free to all. You just need to give them an email address, register an account. There's no subscription needed, which I like very, very much. Then later on, we're going to be planning for our flight tonight. We're departing out of Denver in a Boeing 737-800 series aircraft, and we're going to fly to Las Vegas, which I wish that was the case today. I'd love to go to Vegas now. I could do with a bit of Vegas after, this morning. We'll see what happens. So hang on, look, this is coming alive again. Don't look at me stuff now. It said welcome, and now we're going to start the gadget. Now, let's see what happens here, friends. But I hope you all had a wonderful day, evening, night, and the morning isn't too bad. To our friends in the United States, I think they've just brought in the new year. That's probably the last of it now. It's kind of Seattle based, right? And everyone else, it's either New Year's Day or it's almost the day after New Year's Day. You see? Right, hang on, look, there's life now in the kitchen. But will it work, friends, is the question. Right, now. We'll put it there, right? Now, I'll go over here. It's connected. Sometimes come on. Someone hit a button on the gadget quick. This should work. Did it work? Hang on. Give it a second now. It says it's connected. It found it. Let's see what happens now, right? Wait, now, hold on the old gadget there now. Your mama, wait, what? Give out, shag off! Wait now, someone do the thing with the oak look. Just put in now command, and we'll see what happens. Don't all do it together now, it'll totally shag it. It works! It's brilliant! This is fantastic! Brilliant, right? Well, however bad your day was, it's now corrected. There's a genius at work. Just appreciate that you're in the presence of a genius. It's great, absolutely brilliant. Sure, listen, it's cause for celebration. We should do a dance or something. Jesus.
Dreamy, sleepy, nighty, snoozy, snooze.
Listen, don't tempt faith now. They came back on. Jesus. This is great news. The whole thing is brilliant. Anyway, we need to do things with the stuff on the thing, right? Brilliant. So who's here in the chat? Look, hang on, bit of music, maestro. Hang on, surely we have music. Hang on. Did you say you had a sore head or something? Oh, the Dougal song. Right, lads, we're kicking off now. It's all happening. Kirog is here. Good day to you, sir. Spitfire, Oriev, 100. Happy New Year to you, bud. Tarnish, welcome aboard. Rambog Mord is in the house. Happy New Year, buddy. Did you see? My genius, Rambog. Sometimes I even frighten myself. Right. Right. Semantic Warrior, good to see you, buddy. Willow, how much is in the chat? Hope you're well. McManser is here. Chalks, good day to you. Vacuum is here. Jesus, they're pressing buttons already. Hype Train, Janie, Vacuum, very good morning to you. Commander Balash, Happy New Year, buddy. I hope you're well. Kill Switch is here. Eamon, 1973. I used sorcery. Yeah. I went up and had a look at the cat. And I said, hey, cat, explain to me. She gave a simple meow. But yes, where's this now? I'm stupid. Did you know? Wait, what? Wait. I'm stupid, says Happy New Year. Many happy returns. Martel is here. Good to see you, buddy. 10 in a row, Vacuum. Cheers, buddy. Gibbo is there. I didn't even see a bouncer. I'd make a good looking bouncer, though, wouldn't I? You black socks. Out. Have you any ID? Stadia. I'd be very good at that, right? Malky Mac, good afternoon. Just Roy is here. Happy New Year to you, Roy. Hope you're well. Kill Switch 35 in a row on the first day of 2026. Yes. Frozen Gamer, good to see you. Hope you're well. One Foxy Bingo, Gav. Welcome in, Gav. You're looking well. Norse Viking is in the house. MDA 009. Happy New Year to you, mate. Hope you're well. I have to say, I've been watching loads of your the space flying thing with Star Citizen. Bloody hell, it's great looking. Don't have time for it, but it looks great. Do you know, Idle Cutoff calling from Cambridge. Hello from Tipperary. It's 5 degrees in Tipperary, but it's 1,000 degrees in here. Ow! Right, giggity, it's fantastic. We're doing things that work. Now, let me see. Apache, good day to you, sir. Where's this now? I can hear the shouting from here, right? It explained the 3.5 magnitude quake, right? Kirog, thank you very much indeed for 8 months. Cheers, buddy. Great support. There's a nice tutorial. There is. Now, let me see. Max Stallion, 300 streams in a row. 300. Thank you very, very much indeed. Happy New Year, man. Crafty Tigers, I blame it on gnomes and leprechauns. Yes, as do I. Corn Wolf, good afternoon. Who else is here now? Oz, welcome in. Who else? Taken off from ESSA in the DA42. A proper challenge today. Lots of crosswinds. Ooh. Squirrels, they totally watch out for those lads. Squirrels will get you. Where is this now? There's a bulk of snow heading our way this evening. It came up on the phone last night. Expect snow. Right, now it didn't snow, but expect snow. Jon Snow. I have Vegas coming up in February, says Kirog. Oh, no way. Really? Enjoy it, man. Mr. Minimite, good day. Dougal McTavish is in the chat. Good to see you, man. Creo, a very afternoon. Good afternoon to all in County Mayo. You're looking well. 98 Vulcan is here for 21 months. It's my 21st birthday. I wish. Thank you very, very much indeed. Good to see you, Vulcan. Surly Dev, welcome aboard. Where is this now? Brilliant. Look, everything's working. Right. Lights are not working, though. What do you mean the lights aren't working? Tarnish. Are they not working? Hang on. We need to test the lights. Studio. Test. Well, they're working here. Green. Yes. Fruits. Whatever fruits do. Don't know. Blue gradient. Yeah, well, the lights are working here. Are they not working through the gadget? Right, Tarnish, we'll have to fix that. Let's see what happens. Dazza Arab, you're very welcome aboard. Good to see you. How's the head? Muse Van is in the house. Happy whatever day it is, and a happy new year. Good to see you, buddy. Happy new year to you. Airwolf is in the house. Good to see you. Toto is here. Good afternoon. Where's this now? Murph, imagine having a proper New Year's party and then you need to stop the music and turn on your stream. Otherwise, I'd lose me watch streak. Right? Yeah. Wait, what? It'd be grand. It's wild crack, so it is. Yeah, wild. Now, UTB is in the house. Good to see you. Stu Snape is here. Happy New Year to you. How did the dancing in the lounge go, Stu? It sounded like great crack. And thank you for 40 in a row. Brillar Gaming. Happy New Year. Hope you're well, buddy. Lazy Davey. Happy New Year from Canada. Welcome aboard, buddy. Captain Cocktail is here. He's in Las Vegas. Brilliant. Put the kettle on. We're flying there tonight. Flight 50, good to see you. Now, hang on. Are other things working? I hope so. Andy Brown is here, and he says no hangovers. Sure, yeah. Oh, yeah. The squeak is back. This is a great day. The squeak is back. I love it. We didn't have that for ages. Now it's back. This is deadly. Colomini is broken. Is it? Try it again there, is it? Or maybe, I don't know how we do Jesus. Afternoon. It's afternoon now, Merv. You could totally have a drink now. Muse is 4 points in already, sure. Is that, yeah. Is that the on screen or is that the screen behind us? Is it? It was working. I don't know at all. We'll try this again, right? It is connected. You're on your 5th. On screen, left corner. Okay, the on screen stuff isn't working. Jesus, what does that now? Alerts. No. Oh, don't turn that off. There should be another button for that. Let me see now. Hang on. This is going to require some brain power that, is going to be in short commands, right? Let's open this fella. How can I test it? Actions? Actions. Yes. Now, Jesus, we're looking for. There we go. Test. It didn't work. It balls. Wait now. Streaming. Is it over here? Okay, he's working there behind us. Right. We're getting close here now, lads. Jesus, why aren't these working? None of them are working. Display cam alerts. Display cam alert. Yeah, these aren't working, look. Hang on, how do we fix this? Right, I tell you what I'm going to do. Oh no, Jesus, don't do that. We'll go to YouTube and say hello to people first, then I'll fix it, right? Kubi Montana, Happy New Year, good to see you. Dave Cleary, legend Dave. Welcome back, Dave. Who else came in the door? Sourdough Man, good morning. Simblitz is here. Mammy Dabo, or Dabo. Grande, welcome in. Stevie B, hello to all in the sunny Tenerife. I'm going to close the programme and then we're going to reopen it again. And hopefully that'll fix the thing with the stuff that, right? To make you feel better, Murph, I'm not working today either. What do you mean you're not? Listen, I mean, right, it's grand. We're here to learn today. Yes, all about learning. Control, Alt, Shift, End, Home. Press it once, it'll fix everything, says Roy. We'll give it a shot. Partially connected. Wait now. 8 out of 9 devices. Balls. Hang on. 8 out of 9. Twitch broadcaster hasn't connected. It's now connected. Actions. And, oh, Jesus. Listen, I mean, I can't control the level of genius. Try it again now, lads. 'Tis all working. Jesus, then, you know, sometimes, you know, on a dark night in the rain, Jesus, right? You might be saying to yourself, you know, you've no means of transport, you're lost, you've no light or torch, and you might say to yourself, what am I going to do? Just think, what would Murph do? And it would solve your problems. Lie down in the ditch. It'll solve it, right? This is great. What a tremendous morning we have with technology and things, right? Brilliant. You know, and you're probably all saying, well, where's your man get his energy from?
You haven't a clue what you're doing.
Listen, I woke up head first in a sleeping bag. You
Dreamy,
know,
sleepy, nighty, snoozy, snooze.
They're taking the Dennis Hickey now, look. Taking the riot, you know. Don't abuse it now. With great power comes great responsibility. So don't shag it up. Just giving it a stress test, right? Getting Murph moving will be the challenge. Wait, what? Let's do Christmas pints, he says. He must have meant Christmas 2035. Listen, right, you know, it's been busy. Need to go for pints though, absolutely. Leave it with, we'll come up with a plan. There will be pints, Christmas pints. You have to wear Christmas jumpers, right? Now, where are we at? Mag is here, good to see you, buddy. Hope you're well. The country dad is in the house. Mrs. TPHI, ups and down in 26. Great bunch of lads, found all the alerts. Mrs. TPHI, good. I don't know what that was. It was supposed to be one of those. Thank you very much and welcome in. Right, now, Jesus. Right, no more messing now, look. It works! Delayed, but it worked. Right, come over here now, look. Oh, sure, shit, this is brilliant. Now, Murph, can you show us the A400 model? Yeah, I can, yes, hang on. Jesus. Funny that you should mention that, Stu. Because I did break it. Hang on. Jesus. You see, this here... Oh, easy now. Now, this is an A400. This fell earlier on and I had to fix it. But it's now fixed. That's what you do. You have to blow on them, just like the real airplane. It's an Don't drop it. It's an A400, look. Isn't it absolutely the dogs? What's it? Yes. Ooh, he said. Look at the detail on it, look. These things go vroom. And brilliant, isn't it? Absolutely brilliant. It's got a wonky propeller. No, I fixed that, Mr. Two-Tone. Right. I'll push the rest of them in, though. Visibly, there's no damage. And it fell, and I got a terrible fright, because I was like, oh, no! But tis absolutely gorgeous now, lads.
This baby hits 88 miles per hour.
Oh, you better believe it.
You're gonna see some serious shit.
You can unwong them then. Use a hairdryer to warm them. No, it's grand. It gifted and he broke it. I didn't break it. It's working. I fixed it. Jesus. Right, easy. It wore out. Easy now. I need to. I got. Do you know what else I got? I got a Corsair as well. Ooh, very nice things. You know, it looks massive with those hands. Oh, sure. Hang on, I fixed this now. You know, be very. Oh Jesus! I have to move half the parish to fix this. Wait now. Get in there now, good and tight. Good and tight. Right now, come around here, you. This, and fix that. I'll show you the Corsair. Hang on. Don't go anywhere. Imagine if it fell and I dropped everything. Do you know what I mean? Right. Look at this one. Don't shag it. Oh, Jay. Now, look at this one. I made it myself using brawn and iron. No, I didn't. It came in a box. Isn't it very fancy looking? This thing also goes, you know, it's brilliant, right? So, yeah, I need to find somewhere for this. It's a stand. So we'll do the gadget. There she be. Looking lovely. Absolutely. Wait now. Would it look weird if I had a whole load of planes here in the foreground? It probably would. Right, put him there now and don't let him fall. Right now. Jesus, that looks great there, actually. Right, anyway. What are we doing? Oh yeah, we're doing some of this, right? Did someone redeem spin and chair and make airplane noises? Yeah, it's a new command. Yeah. Don't let it fall. I won't let it fall. It'll be grand. You're beyond the point of worrying about looking weird, right? But you listen, that's this gig. I do the stupid things, right? The odd person, oddball, so you don't have to. That's the deal here, lads, you know. It's like if you go out in public with me, stand beside me, instantly you will be promoted to the next level of appearance appeal. So if you're a 5, stand beside Murph, instantly you become a 7 or even an 8. Right? But of course, you know, if I attempt, you know, if I put in a little bit of je ne sais quoi, I'll be up on the 10. It just happens. I mean, with a face like this, do you know what I mean? It works all the time. But anyway, we need to do some stuff. Ashley is here. Good to see you. I haven't spoken to you since last year. You're very welcome aboard. Right, anyway, hang on. We're here to learn. Damn it. We're here to learn things with stuff. It does take a moment to turn that gadget off. Right, we'll come back here now, look. And we'll there we go. We fixed everything. It's all looking great. Is someone interested in a 100 scale Boeing 747? Let me know. It has Japan Airlines. Ooh, nice. I don't have room for that stuff. I need to... I have a load more of like model aircraft. Like they all live up on the shelf there, right? And I've lots of them. All the die-cast models. They're cool. But I've nowhere for them. I've another shelf behind the door, right? And you know the way I've been getting kind of knacky with home improvement? Right? This wall behind me, it's a solid wall, but then there was obviously a door or something, you know? So then it becomes just like drywall, like plaster. And then there's a solid wall again. So if I do put a shelf up there, one of the screws will go into solid concrete and then the other one just goes into plaster. So I don't know how much of a good thing that might be. I don't think it'd be good at all, to be honest. Do you know? But anyway, lads, it's all part of the fun and games, I suppose, isn't it? Now, what have I to do? I have to do one of these. And oh, the cat's asleep on the bed, look. Lazy article of a cat. IKEA sell those Billy bookcases that are great for models. Yeah. Why don't you put them on string and hang them from the roof? It's a great idea, but the problem if I do that, I have a fan and they'll move, you see. And if you look carefully, how do we do this now without making a total mess? Here? Right, there's the back of me head cam, right? But if I show you briefly in this, because we can maneuver the camera. That's gone very bad, look, isn't it? We can maneuver the camera here and I'll show you the ceiling. It'll give you an idea of what's going on, right? Jesus, that's me. And look, there's me in my screen. It's a forward-facing camera. Terrifying. We'll do one of these. Load up this camera there, Bob. And we see what happens. There she be, right? So if we do one of these. Jesus. So there's me, right. You know, and oh, look, I can do some zoomage. This is brilliant, look. Yes. So I have all like fancy lights on me roof. Do you see the beautiful... Oh, that's down. If we go up here, look. Do you like the effects on me roof? That's from one of those projector lights that gives you a sign. Or not a sign. It gives you like stars and galaxy and all this kind of stuff. That's what that does, right? As we scroll down here, don't mind the back of my head, but you see, I've all aircraft in here, look. Do you see? You can see on the shelves there, look, B-17, and there's all absolutely class and cool stuff in there, right? It's only fan stream, absolutely. And then we've more stuff kind of down here. There's more, you know, bits and bobs and things, right? There's the A400 sitting on a big, massive display stand that looks convincingly like a PlayStation, but it's not. Right, it is. It's an old Aer Lingus Fokker. That's right. And there's also an old Chipmunk in here as well. Look, hang on. There's a Lancaster. There's a Chipmunk. There's a big helicopter, and so on. Right. So we get the ideas. Right. Enhance. You need a bigger house. I'm telling you. What else do we have then coming up and along? Let me see. I don't know what we have up here. Oh, that's the. Don't mind the wire. Oh, shit. Don't mind the wiring. Oh God, but you can't see it, so it doesn't exist. Right. And there's me over here, look. Get me head out of the frame. Is the motion rig gone? No, God, it's not. That's the motion rig over there, look. So it's hard to see it now, but 100%, that is the rig of motion. So there's the chair, and there's like, there's a Bravo connected to it, there's a CLS yoke connected to it. There's a whole load of stuff connected to it, right? And that's where the motion rig is. Now, I wonder... There is another way I must actually get a camera for that. You know, but yeah. Did you see the big spider between shag off. There's no spiders in here. I can assure you there's no spiders in here. Oh, I need to show you something brilliant here as well. I've put the camera in such a way you can never see it. I wonder, can you see it? If you look very, very closely, there's a speck of black paint on the ceiling. Because I shagged it when it was painting, you see. So that's the crack now. That's what we're up against. Do you know what I mean? You don't need another camera. I actually have another camera over here, look. That's a camera there. And all that does is look at me face. And then I have another camera on top of me telly, which is up here. You can't see it, but it's like there. Right, so look at the bald spot. Don't look at the bald spot. Would you shag off the bald spot? Right, we go back to this camera view where things are safe. What did I got? Right, oh, jeez, that's now enough of that. Right, and we'll come back to this view here where things are better. And a ventilator has a wobble that would get on me nerves. Well, I mean, you know, you'd have a bit of a wobble in you if you were spun around every day, all day. Do you know what I mean? The real reason he streams so he can look at himself, right? How you doing? Every angle. Oh, Jesus, there he is again, look. Yeah, thinning out there. It's very bad. Very, very bad. But anyway, Dakey, hope you're well, buddy. And a very happy New Year's to you. How many laps at the garden did you do last night? In me dreams, several. It was very bad. But anyway, we're all here now today, friends. All is well. It's New Year's Day. No one has a headache at all. It's great. Jim, good to see you. Hope you're well. Right, so we're doing some Navigraph Academy training today. And then we need to ramble on over and look at what we're doing for our VATSIM flight this evening, right? So, if we go to Navigraph Academy, we can see all the information of all our flights and what we're doing and how we do it, right? And we're going to resume our virtual private pilot license, right? Angle of attack, good to see you, buddy. So, we're going to continue on what we're doing. There are 14 ground school lessons, 14 flying lessons, and then we have exams to do here now as well, right? We have thus completed our introduction, effects on the controls, level flight and turns, climbing and descending, stalls and dive to max speed, slow flight, and the use of flaps is what we did 2 weeks ago, you see. Marv, I wanted to ask you yesterday, which of the key bindings did you use to speed up the camera in chase planes? I use X and the shoulder buttons for left or right. So one speeds you up, the other slows you down. For forward movement and what's the other one? Rotation. That's what they do. Naughty Gnome is here. Good to see you, man. Happy New Year. So today we're going to focus on takeoff and landings. We'll see how we go for traffic pattern, but we're going to start off here now with takeoffs. So in this lesson, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to find out, or we're going to take our first steps into the fundamentals of takeoff and landing. While we won't fly the full traffic pattern, we will begin developing the precise speed and attitude control needed for these critical phases of flight. And remember the golden rule. Takeoffs are optional, but landings are mandatory. By the end of the session, we will have the foundation to handle both with confidence. Note that this flying lesson is going to be divided into two parts. In the session, we'll start from a takeoff position and practice our departures. In the next lesson, we'll begin on final approach and carry out the landing. For now, we're going to focus on the theory and techniques behind both takeoffs and landings. So let's look at the takeoff phase. Beginning by exploring the takeoff, getting off the ground is the first step of any adventure in the air. And we're going to dive into how to make every departure smooth and precise. Takeoffs can be divided into 4 different segments, each requiring specific airspeeds and nose attitudes. And when we're talking about airspeeds, remember the V speeds, right? So ground acceleration. The takeoff begins on the runway. After lining up, we apply full power and allow the aircraft to accelerate. Our goal is to build sufficient airspeed to lift off while maintaining the center line. That's the lines in the middle of the runway. Be aware that the left yawing tendency caused by the propeller slipstream, and we have to counter that with coordinated rudder input. Okay? Very, very important. Some issues with aircraft and flight sim, they got it wrong. You have to apply the wrong rudder input on takeoff. Very strange. But anyway, rotation. You've often heard this, V1, rotate, right? Rotation. At the designated rotation speed, which is V or, in our case with our Cessna, it's about 55 knots, right? Depending on your weight and balance, depending on what the weather is doing, barometric pressure, and so on. We gently raise the nose to a takeoff attitude. These are set and you can memorize them. The aim here is for smooth and controlled liftoff. Avoid abrupt inputs that could cause instability or even a tail strike. Right? Initial climb. Immediately after liftoff, the aircraft is at a high nose attitude with relatively low airspeed. To accelerate to the best rate of climb speed, Vy, we apply a straight forward pitch to increase our airspeed. Think of this as the in-air acceleration phase. Now, if you want to kind of join the dots, right? Modern aircraft, fighters, heavy jets, all this kind of crack, on their initial roll, on their initial rotation, you can actually pitch them fairly high up because you can apply full power. If you're used to flying some of the older aircraft, some of the Warbirds or even like a DC-3 or a DC-6, even the A340 within reason, they don't like a steep climb. Only because they need to get airspeed first and then they can go up and off they go. So you'll notice that with a lot of DC-3s and DC-6s, they don't have the same steep climb out that you technically have or typically have with other aircraft. Then we have our final climb. Once we have reached Vy, we raise the nose to establish the familiar climb attitude, and from here we maintain coordination and continue with our climb out. Right? Englewood, Happy New Year to you. Mac Vision, welcome aboard. Happy New Year. Kozaki, welcome aboard and Happy New Year. And Zalud, thank you very much indeed for the follow. Welcome in, buddy. We need to memorize the rotation speed for our Cessna 172. VR is 55 knots. All right. Now we can go into the aircraft POH and it'll show us all these different V speeds depending on weight and balance, runway, all this kind of stuff. But by and large, let's just remember 55 is where we want to be taking off. That's when the plane wants to fly. All right. So memorize that. So we can see our ground acceleration on the runway, our rotation phase, our initial climb, and then our final climb. Now you might notice, hang on, it's not going in a perfect diagonal line. Well, it shouldn't. These should be nice, easy, smooth motions because we're now in real time and the aircraft has to build up its momentum, get the airspeed up there, and our attitude will have to reflect that as in our initial climb, get a little bit more speed, and then our full proper climb. All right? And this happens relatively fast. Do you know? I'm Piers, Happy New Year. Weedy Gaming, Happy New Year. Welcome in, fellas. The landing phase. Now, this is a little bit later, but the landing phase, this is something I think a lot of us in flight simulation tend to struggle with, right? Especially when we started off in this gig, it was like, what? I mean, we had a whole segment of just watching people land. It was brilliant. But the idea behind the landing phase, it catches us out a lot because we tend to be flying, oh, we want to go over there, and then immediately try and hit it, rather than extending and sticking to a procedure, right? So we'll continue with the landing phase. Approaching and landing an aircraft is one of the most demanding skills a pilot must master. But with practice, you'll gain the confidence to do it smoothly every time. The landing, just like the takeoff, can be divided into several segments. So it's not just, right, we're landing. If you remember these little stages as you're flying, it simplifies it, right? Let me see. MA, good to see you, buddy. Bearded Aviator says, pop quiz, what V-speed is not represented on the airspeed indicator? Ooh. What V-speed is not represented on the airspeed indicator? Have a go with that. Where are we at? So, landing. The different stages. We have what's called the approach. Landing preparation begins well before we're on a final to try and touch down. But precision becomes critical during the approach. And this, I think, is the most difficult thing for flight simmers to kind of come to grasp with, right? It's something that we struggle with, and we all naturally struggle with this. So it's by honing your skills and figuring out your approach, it really will stand to you, especially then when you get into flying other types of aircraft, rotary wing, for example. Helicopters for flight simmers always have the same issue. They haven't planned their approach. They've planned the touchdown, right? I want to land there, but the approach is all wrong, and they're giving themselves that extra challenge. In fixed wing, the extra challenge could be our airspeed, it could be our rate of descent, it could be the range from the runway, it could be the wrong runway. All of these things will impact on what we're trying to do. We're going to learn how to maintain what's called a stable glide path, right? Target airspeeds are essential. At about 70 knots on final approach, reducing to just 61 knots over the threshold for a safe flare and a touchdown transition. Now, if you've never heard of flare before, it's not a pair of those disco trousers, flares, right? Or the nightclub in Liverpool. The idea of a flare, try and think of a bird landing, right? A bird landing. Usually what you see them, the wings become as big as they possibly can, and they flap down. They flap down to slow their vertical speed, right? Parachutes. This is now ironic coming from me because I broke my legs jumping out of a plane. But in a parachute, just before touchdown, you also flare. You have two dongles that you pull down on the parachute that pulls the angle of the chute downwards, allowing more air to push up through the chute, right? Thus slowing down your rate of descent. It's the same technique here. By flaring, you're trying to get as much almost aerodynamic braking. We're trying to get as much air onto those surfaces that will help the descent. Another great way of testing this, right? And be careful doing it, but if you're in a car, or if you have like a little air fan with a sheet of paper, right? You know, if you hold the paper bang on to where that wind is moving, it should stay perfectly straight, right? If you put it down, well, you'll drop. If you put it up, it pushes it back. That's what you're going for with a flare. It's the same idea. You want as much air to push back to slow down your rate of descent. All right. Anyway, the flare and touchdown. The flare is the transition from descent attitude to landing attitude. Without it, the aircraft could touch down hard, or worse, put it down on its nose wheel. The nose wheel is not designed to be landed on first. That's why you have bigger, stronger wheels at the back. If you're in a tail dragger, slightly different kettle of fish here. Instead, smoothly raise the nose just before touchdown to reduce your descent rate, bleed off your airspeed, and allow the main wheels to touch first in a gentle, slightly nosed up attitude. This flare technique does take skill and practice, but it is vital for safe landings, right? Now, aerobatic maneuvers, I've seen it done by the RAF. was it a C-130? But they were able to, they call it a wheelbarrow. They were able to land the aircraft on the nose wheel. But that's an aerobat. It's a maneuver. It's a special maneuver that they do just to show things off. But anyway, then we have our rollout. This can also get very tricky because as soon as we touch down, we're on ice, especially in flight sims. Once we're on the ground, maintain the flare attitude briefly to avoid slamming the nose wheel into the ground. And if you look at anyone when they're flying in flight sim, especially airliners, they'll get the back wheels down all right, but they tend to let the nose wheel just drop and you'll hear the bang. All of that needs to be controlled very, very gently, right? So we ease off the back pressure as the aircraft decelerates, and we apply light braking as needed and keep the aircraft straight with rudder pedals. Our goal is a smooth transition from touchdown speed all the way back down to our taxi speed. All right? All right. Here's a little graph coming in. Final approach, landing, and then our rollout. See how shallow the rate is versus that of takeoff. Okay? Right. Now, let's go have a look at the video to get a deeper understanding into takeoffs and landing. So we have a video to play. We're going to pause that here. We have a bit of time in this. We're going to watch this because it's all terribly important and we need to learn what the lads are saying. So we'll do one of these and let's watch it.
Today, we are going to start working on your takeoff and landings. And just around the corner is your solo flight. So are you ready to finally earn your wings? Let's do this. This is Navigraph Academy, where we teach you real-life flying techniques inside our most modern home flight simulators. We are going to begin by looking at the takeoff and landing segments specifically, and in the next lesson we will focus on the traffic pattern profile. First, we'll start by reviewing the takeoff sequence, covering key skills like centerline keeping and rotation techniques. And we will also discuss climb-out speeds and proper nose attitudes after takeoff, as well as introducing the checklist items during the climb. Once we're comfortable with the departure procedures, we'll move on to the landings. Here we'll explain the Cessna's behavior on the final approach, how to manage the airspeed and the glide path, and then we'll focus on the flare and the landing techniques, especially the nose attitude and the centerline control. Finally, we'll cover go-rounds, emphasizing their importance in safely aborting landings when airspeed or glide path are not properly maintained. The goal here is to get you fully confident with accurate and safe takeoff and landings in preparation for your upcoming solo flight. So are you ready to dive in? Let's go. Looking at this aircraft here, it is standing still on the runway and we can visualize the path it will take as it accelerates and takes off. Let us zoom out for a better view. All takeoffs can be divided into 4 distinct segments. Let us now study each of these segments in detail. First, we have the ground acceleration segment. In this part of the takeoff sequence, the aircraft is building up speed, and the goal is to achieve enough lifting force to overcome the weight of the aircraft and lift off. As the aircraft reaches the airspeed required for liftoff, the nose needs to be raised to achieve a large enough angle of attack to achieve the required lifting force. This pitch-up segment is called the rotation segment, as it involves rotating the aircraft to a liftoff attitude. As soon as the aircraft becomes airborne, we are in the initial climb segment. Here, the airspeed is low and the nose attitude is relatively high. The goal of this segment is to pitch down slightly to allow the aircraft to accelerate to the desired climb speed. Soon, the airspeed approaches the final climb speed, which is usually the speed for best rate of climb, and it is now possible to pitch up again. We have arrived at the final climb segment, and we can now focus on maintaining our climb speed, our course, and do that until we reach a safe altitude. At that point, we are free to turn, complete checklist, and perform other actions. Let us now look at each of these 4 segments one by one, focusing on the airplane and how it behaves and reacts in each of them separately. First, consider this aircraft that has just lined up on the runway. It is aligned on the center line of the runway and the power is at a stable 1000 RPM. The pilot is holding position with the brakes, and the goal is now to accelerate the aircraft up to rotation speed. This rotation speed is given in the aircraft's operating handbook. For the Cessna 172, it is 55 knots. Thus, as we begin our takeoff, we smoothly apply full power. And as we do, we'll experience the slipstream yaw effect as the prop wash spirals aft along the fuselage.
Now, just on that, you might be asking the question, well, do we not hold the brakes, give a full power, and then release the brakes? Well, you can do that, but that's typically used in short takeoff and landing procedures, stall procedures, right? Some military aircraft need it, some airliners, that's what they have to do. They'll just sit on the brakes, they'll increase the throttle, allow the engines to stabilize, and once they're stable, usually at around 40% or so, then they'll off the brakes and apply full power. What we're doing here, as we're learning, based of course on the airport in which you're going to be training with, you just want to have a smooth transition from throttle at slightly above idle, because you're going to be holding the brakes either way. You're not at full idle or low idle, like 700 or 800 RPM. You're keeping the engine up at about 1000 RPM. You slowly increase the throttle, and what I learned, it's 3 seconds, 3 Mississippis, or whatever way you want to do it. So the transition of your throttle should be, if you can see my throttle over here, here's my throttle. It should take you 3 seconds. So if I'm here, it should be 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. That's full power. And it should be the same when you're also reducing power. And the reason being is you don't want to shock the engine. You don't want to give it the full beans. It'll be uncomfortable for your passengers. You could cause damage to the engine. You've all these issues, right? So, if you want to give it full welly, just as you would in a car, you wouldn't sit there with your car redlining it and then come off, right? If you do that, you're going to wheel spin in the car. In an aircraft, you're going to lose a lot of control. You're going to damage the aircraft, and unless you need it in short takeoff and landing procedures, it's always going to be a gradual acceleration. All right, so play around with that. Like if when you're in the sim, have your aircraft, even in a Cessna, have the brakes on, give it full power, and as soon as you release the brakes, you'll see how quickly you have to react to maintain the control and the direction of the aircraft. You have to do quite a bit. The slower movement, as we say, of 3 seconds, it's giving you more time to feel the effects, that adverse yaw effect in particular, because that's where the rudder pedals have to react. Not only that, your rudder pedals and ailerons also have to react to what the wind is doing. You could be dealing with a crosswind, and always remember ailerons into the wind. So if the wind is coming from your right, blowing to the left, you aileron into the wind, thus bringing your yoke pointing to the right. If it's the opposite, well, then you aileron left. That's very important, because otherwise the wind is catching the aircraft in such a way it's producing its own force, and you won't be able to keep the nose straight. Zid says, I'm being thick with the throttle is what caused a lot of engine stalls in the early F-14s. Oh, I think being thick with the throttle. Yeah. Like, think about it, right? You can kind of gently rev, and you can do that in an aircraft as well. Give it a bit of a rev, and you might bring the RPM up a little bit to test your mags or whatever, right? But it's important to make sure, just like your car, when you start it up, avoid high revving until your engine temperature, and particularly your oil temperature, is where it needs to be at. Otherwise, you're going to damage it, right? Doesn't really apply to us in flight simming, unless, of course, there are consequences to your actions, as in there's model damage and all this kind of stuff. But as a rule of thumb, especially for something general aviation, it's a 3-second transition. All right. If you were operating on soft field runways, grass, for example, which I've done, there's a slightly different technique used. So when you are accelerating, your power is pretty much the same, but you tend to have pressure pulling back the yoke, especially in something like a Cessna 182, for example, or even a 172 up in Burr, right? If you're on a grass runway and the grass just happens to be a little bit damp or wet, that's something else you need to consider, because what has happened, the nose wheel will dig in. So pilots are trained, they're taught, listen, you're on a soft field, you must keep that pressure on the elevator, keeping it pulled back just a little bit to keep weight off the nose of the airplane. So there's multiple other techniques you'll learn later on, right? You probably know them now. But very much in this lesson, it's quite simple. We're applying full power from slightly above idle, so you're talking about 1,000 RPM, and it's a 3-second transition to get that power all the way up. If we're happy enough with that, we shall continue.
This pushes on the vertical stabilizer, generating a left jawing tendency. We must counter the adverse yaw effect by applying right rudder. Once we're back on the center line, some right rudder will still be required to maintain yaw control. At this point, the rudder pedals are also pivoting the nose wheel, which is mechanically connected to the rudder pedals via a linkage mechanism. In the initial acceleration phase, a lot of the directional control is achieved by the nose wheel turning the plane. But as airspeed begins to pick up, there will be an increased airflow over the rudder, giving it more and more authority. Thus, we rely less and less on the nose wheel steering for directional control. This also means we can gradually decrease the amount of rudder used to counter the slipstream yaw effect.
Now, this can be quite difficult in flight sim if we don't have force feedback on our controls, right? Because we're trying to gauge it visually, thinking, right, we have our aiming point and we're looking out, the front of the cockpit, we're looking at that center line, and all of a sudden, Jesus, I'm applying right rudder, but then my plane starts rolling off to the right-hand side or turning to the right-hand side. So we have to counter that. And because most of us wouldn't have force feedback to feel that resistance, don't be afraid if you're doing a little bit of zigzagging. That's perfectly normal from a flight sim perspective. If you have force feedback, make sure your settings are dialed in that you can actually feel that. You'll feel a little tendency if on your yoke or on your joystick, if you have force feedback rudder pedals, you're laughing because that's where you're going to feel all of this, and that's going to really help you, maintain very good control over the aircraft. But if you do struggle, as you accelerate, you're applying a good bit of right rudder or you're using a twist. As the aircraft is accelerating, as the speed is picking up, you have to slowly reduce the amount of rudder that you're using, because as Navigraph are telling us, the wind is now hitting the aircraft, right? The forces are coming alive, and the more wind, the more air you have pushing against a controlled surface, the more powerful that control surface becomes, right? It's that deflection of wind, it's now more pronounced at a higher speed, all right?
As the airspeed now reaches 55 knots, we have arrived at the rotation segment, and we can begin a slow aft movement on the pitch control. The aircraft will pitch up slightly. This slight rotation will create a small increase in angle of attack, thus also increasing lift. As lift increases, the aircraft will lift off gently, and we have achieved flight. Note that any over-rotation, which is too much pitch up input, could cause a tail strike, and it will also prolong the takeoff roll due to it causing excessive drag.
The takeoff is an important part of any flight, which means that learning to take off accurately according to procedure will allow you to master more challenging takeoffs at a later stage. For example, in difficult crosswind situations. Let me now show you how it should be done. Here, we are lined up on the runway and we're fully ready to go. Before I do anything else, it's important to raise our eyes and look outside. Like all other maneuvers we've practiced together so far, we're going to use visual feedback to help us control the airplane, this time as it accelerates down the runway. A good aiming point on which to fix your eyes is at the far end of the runway. As we keep our eyes fixed on this spot, we gently but firmly increase our power to full.
Now, before we continue, this is very important, and it's for flight simmers, this is probably the most important. Where we are aiming is critical to what the airplane is going to do, right? So here's some absolutely useless knowledge. For example, think of aiming with a rifle. Right? In military, depending on what the rifle is, you could have certain twists that counteract breathing and all this sort of jazz. And as you're looking down through the sight, that's where you're aiming for, right? And remember, Dad telling me, when they were doing weapons training overseas, in other countries, they were saying, in a lot of cases, people were struggling, whatever training they were doing, the guys were struggling with how they aim, right? So what they got them to do was, aim with their arm. They point, right? So you put your hand forward, we're going that way, or that way. By looking at that, your aiming point, your hands and legs and all this sort of stuff, they tend to follow where you're looking. Try it. If you want to walk in a perfect straight line, but keep your eyes over to the right-hand side, you're not going to walk straight. You just won't. You're going to end up going to where your eyes are looking. The very same can happen when you're driving in a car. If you're looking at all the traffic right in front of you, but you know, you're not anticipating what's further up the road, that's reducing your reaction time to say, I need to do something. So if your eyes are looking too low on your horizon outside, you're giving yourself, a disadvantage straight away. You want to be looking further ahead to realize, well, what's actually going on here. As flight simmers, this is vital for us because, as I say, you don't have that feedback naturally from the sim. Our eyes need to be all our senses here. All right. So by looking further down, and the same will go for landing. Yes, you glance at your instruments. Yes, you look at, the lower ground, the mid ground, and then the background in this case, or, further on down. That's where your focus needs to be, because within a matter of seconds, that's where you're going to be. Do you know what I mean? So you want to be able to be planning ahead to know, right, if I'm slightly off to the left here now, and then you're looking down the runway, you're going to see how far off you are. If you're only looking at the base of the runway right in front of you, it's not going to look too bad, right? So, and the same goes for paint. Look, here's a bit of Bob Ross.
Hello there.
Try this one, right? Let's say, for example, if I want to draw a line from here, right, to here, and we'll do one beneath it to show you the crack as well. Well, I'm going to show you. This is how our eyes work. So if I just focus on one X and I look at where the mouse is pointing, right, I'm going to try and aim it to the X. Now, if I start in one point on the second line and I look at my target, just where that X is going to be, right? Apart from the mouse moving, right? Because I've limited room. But what I'm trying to explain to you is, bar the bit where I had to stop moving to reposition the mouse, it's on a much clear line, right? Your mind is saying, well, look, you want to get to that location over there. Well, sure, give it a bash. I want to go straight to there, right? Straight to there. See how the line is more, like if I'm doing it this way, see the way, like there's ups and downs because I've lost sight of my target. Do you know what I mean? Does that make sense? So if you're able to do it this way, whereby you're looking at the destination, you see your point, have a look in the middle, but you're looking straight at your destination. This should make things a little bit easier because you just want to go straight to there, or but you get the idea, right? It's straight. There's less this movement, all these small little adjustments, and the same thing applies to driving a car, right? Try if you have a car and you drive it, or even your bicycle, it's the same crack. If you're looking very, very close, you're going to have loads of little adjustments. If you're looking further down, you have more precise movements. Same with a motorcycle. There you go. You don't turn by actually turning or concentrating on shifting your weight. You turn by looking at where you want to go. It's the very same principle. And as flight simmers, this is more important to us because we don't have the feel of the aircraft pushing us to one side. When you're in the airplane, you'll feel all these forces. You'll have this yawing effect. You can physically feel it. Something doesn't seem right. Jesus, I'm going this way. Do you know what I mean? So, bit of useless knowledge for you there now. And nuggets.
As we do, we experience the slipstream yaw effect, and I use that right rudder to maintain the aircraft on the center line. We're going to check our airspeed. As it's increasing, we're going to call airspeed live.
Ali, a very happy new year to you. I hope you had an awesome stream. I drifted off in the wee hours, but you're very welcome in. Si Murray, happy new year. A Crotty, happy new year. Welcome in, everybody. We're doing a bit of Navigraph Academy here, and you might have heard these call outs even before. They're talking about airspeed alive, V1, rotate, right? These are calls that we're used to hearing, especially in like something like a Boeing or whatever. These are the speeds as a student pilot you need to know. So once you see airspeed alive, or if it's analog, I always say the needle is moving. That's what you're looking for, because you now know you are gaining speed. You are increasing your speed. Airspeed is now alive, and you're glancing at the runway. Glance at your airspeed. Glance at the runway. Glance at your airspeed. Airline pilots, if you look at any of the real world airline pilots, when they're taking off, you'll see exactly what they're doing. On takeoff, they're looking at instruments, eyes front, they're applying the power, they glance, but they're looking outside. Once they get to a critical speed, or at a certain speed when they rotate, then their eyes shift to their instruments. There's no point looking out anymore because, well, you're flying like that, you can't see anything. So now you focus on your instruments. you'll pick that up with practice. Do you know what I mean? Right, we continue on.
I return my eyes outside and maintain the center line. There's 55 knots. Rotate. I gently pitch up. We lift off. Really nice.
As the aircraft becomes airborne, we are now in the initial climb segment. And entering the initial climb, we find ourselves flying at approximately 60 knots at a relatively high nose attitude. If we maintained this attitude, we would encounter two problems. First, an airspeed of 60 knots is much lower than the best rate of climb speed, Vy, which for the Cessna is 75 knots. Flying at 60 knots, we take a lot longer to reach our target altitude. And secondly, if the engine were to fail in this critical phase of flight, we'd have a very slim margin to the stalling speed of the aircraft. If we were slow to react in lowering our nose, we could stall the aircraft at a very low altitude, at worst causing an accident. Thus, it is advisable to reduce the pitch attitude as soon as possible after liftoff, so as to allow the airspeed to increase. And this acceleration is the goal of the initial climb segment. We will aim to achieve Vy 75 knots, at which point we can raise the nose back to the final climb attitude. Also, during the climb out, it is important to not allow the aircraft to drift either left or right. Our goal is to maintain the imagined extended center line of the runway, and this allows the plane to fly straight out from the runway, ensuring we do not interfere with any traffic that could be flying in close vicinity to the departure track. Once we reach 300 feet above ground, we check that the flaps are up. This is in line with the procedure published by Cessna. At 500 feet, we can perform our climb flow. This is a sequence of checklist items that we have memorized and can now check. And the climb flow consists of the following items: throttle, full, mixture, rich, engine instruments, checked. On the last item, we go through the engine instruments at the bottom left of the rightmost screen in the cockpit, checking that all of these items are within the green bands.
Let us return to the takeoff sequence, and I'll show you how to do this in the plane. As we rotate, I allow the aircraft to lift off. Once we're a few feet above the ground, I let the nose attitude reduce slightly. This is a good pitch for acceleration. We're still climbing slightly, but airspeed is increasing. There's 75 knots. We now raise the nose to the climb attitude. I trim to remove any pitch force. You will recognize the nose attitude from our lessons on climbs and descents. From here onwards, we're in the final climb segment. I will quickly check behind me to ensure we're still on the extended center line. If not, we've drifted. This could be due to wind, but more likely it is the cause of not countering the adverse yaw effect properly. Check your bank angle indicator to ensure the slip indicator is in the middle. Correct for any drift by banking in the direction of the center line. As we reach 300 feet, I check that my flaps are up. We continue the climb. The next target is 500 feet. As we reach 500 feet above the ground, we are at a safe altitude. We can allow ourselves to perform the climb flow now. I go to the cockpit view and start our checks. Throttle, checked at full power. Mixture, checked, full rich. Go to the zoom view quickly and check your engine instruments. They're all in the green. Climb flow complete. I return to the standard view. We continue our climb.
Right, so as Muse fan said, yes, not using wind at all, which can happen. Now, there's a couple of things in your aircraft you can do that will assist you on keeping things, straight and level with the runway. But the problem with that is, if you do have wind knocking you off course, even if you're following a designated heading. So when I take off, for example, when I plan my takeoff, I tend to put the heading indicator onto the runway heading, knowing that, well, that's the direction of the airplane that I'm heading on. And then as I accelerate and I rotate my initial climb and then into, full climb power, 300 feet flaps in, and then 500 feet, we continue our climb. Once we get to 500 feet, then we go and make sure that everything's doing what it should be doing. Meanwhile, I've used a small bit of trim, so I'm not having to exert so much force on my controls. I've trimmed out those forces, and we're checking for maximum power and maximum mixture. Now, try not to get too confused. Maximum mixture, the best way of saying this would be you're at you're at the best set mixture depending on the altitude. This is where things can get a little bit confusing. But on, you know, for these lessons, you're pretty much based at, you know, altitude above ground level, at sea level as well, right? If you were in a high altitude environment, well, if you applied full mixture, well, that air to fuel mixture could actually be incorrect based on the altitude. As we get higher, air thins out, meaning if we're at a very high altitude and we want to go flying, we would actually have to reduce the mixture of air to fuel ratio to give us better power. So you would adjust your mixture at all times for best power. So if you think automatically, I need to give a full mixture, always be aware of the altitude in which you're flying at, especially if you're at a high altitude airport, right? You know, if you're flying, say, in Phoenix or out in Nevada, like high altitude could be anything more than kind of 2,000 feet will have an impact on your mixture settings. So that's all done on the ground, especially during your engine run up. When you're testing the mags, you're finding out what the best mixture setting is going to be for full power. All right. So just be aware of that. The other thing I'd say is making sure that your views, as they're saying here, you know, quick glance over your shoulder. You could be in an aircraft that you can't see out the back window. So study the airfield before you depart, especially the surrounding areas. As VF4 training goes, visual flight rules, well, we can find landmarks or points of interest, or in this case, visual reference points that we're going to be flying over. So if we look at an airport, for example, right, I'll show you this one briefly. If we look at an airport, and we'll put this on satellite mode so we can see what's happening. We'll unload that and we'll go into satellite mode. How do we do this now? Map should be on satellite, or world map. World map, but I don't want the FAA stuff there. How do we do this, lads? World map, but I don't want FAA. There we go. So if we were to look at an airport here and say, right, we're going to be taking off from runway 34. All right. And this is where any sort of online maps are brilliant. So you can kind of say, well, look, after our initial climb, I want to be checking that if I want to stay within the runway center line on my initial climb out, well, let's see what's a little bit further down the track here that we can see from inside the airplane. Now, remember, as you're climbing, you may not be able to see directly above. So what I would do, right, we want to keep it to the runway center line as best we can, but we can see that there's a road, right? Here's a road that goes off to our right-hand side. Make sure that road remains on our right-hand side. And we also have another road. That's handy. So we have two roads. So the second road should be on our left-hand side, but we should be much closer to the road on our right. So you just do a small bit of studying to say, well, yeah, look, this is my initial, because you may not be able to see out the back, depending on the aircraft you're in. A lot of times, it depends on where you're flying. Ireland, it's very handy because it's not as populated. But for example, here, we could say, right, on initial takeoff, when I glance out the left window, looking down, I should see this quarry stuff very close to the track of my aircraft. So as we take off, we should be directly over this, directly. If we're only seeing, you know, that much of it, well, that's a problem. If we can't see it at all and it's like this, we have a problem. So as a pilot, or, you know, in flight sim, try and pick a visual reference point on your first couple of takeoffs until you're kind of comfortable and confident knowing, yeah, well, that's the direction I'm heading. Especially if there's wind. If there's no wind, you're going to be fairly okay. Your instruments are going to tell you you've a roll rate, you know, the ball is moving, right? You've all these things to consider. But on your initial climb out, especially at, like, when you do if you do real world flight training, you're going to be at the same airport. They're going to show you these reference points. Your instructor's going to say, see the barn, but make sure you can see the barn at 500 feet. And it should be roughly here in the window. I can see it there now. Do you know what I mean? That's what they do. But it's see how you get on with that. It should help though.
Just a few words on the use of checklists. A common way to perform a checklist is by the flow followed by checklist methodology. For example, in this Cessna 172, we have a checklist that looks like this. A flow is a memorized sequence of action items that we perform without looking at the checklist. For example, in the climb sequence, I would remember to check that the power is full and that the mixture is rich and that my engine instruments are green. This can be done at a relatively low altitude, such as about 500 feet. The flow is a rapid check that we can perform without pulling up a physical checklist, an action that may distract us from the challenging task of actually flying the plane at a pretty low altitude. Once we reach a higher altitude, we should still pick up the physical checklist and confirm that we have completed all our checklist items. A flow is therefore always followed by a checklist. This methodology is very similar to how airline pilots perform actions inside the cockpit, and the mix of flow and checklists ensures that we can do things not only efficiently, but also safely without the risk of forgetting important items.
Now, when it comes to checklists, and I always recommend using checklists, if you want to take your simulation flying to the next level, start using checklists. It'll actually impact on how you fly in the sim, right? It's going to impact on everything that you're doing flying the aircraft, because you're now following flows, right? So for example, on this gadget here, when she loads in, this is a checklist for a Cessna 172. Now I'm using this on Garmin Pilot. Say intentions have checklists that are built in, or indeed you can just download the checklist. And what this allows me to do, so if I look at normal takeoff, so here's my wing flaps are going to be up, carb heat if needed, set to cold, throttle is going to be open, elevator control, lift the nose wheel at 55 knots, and my climb speed is going to be between 70 and 80. Something like Garmin Pilot, it'll automatically tick these off for me. It's a great way of checking them out, right? Now you can do the same inside of the sim. I mean, you can bring up the in-sim, you can bring up the in-sim checklist and clicking them all off as you go. What they're doing here though, at your initial check at 500 feet, you build it into muscle memory, right? Because we're in a Cessna that has a fixed landing gear, that's one less thing we need to worry about, because after takeoff, right, if you had a retractable landing gear, once you achieve vertical speed, right, so you know you'll have airspeed alive, rotate, you've now hit your speed, so you're looking for your vertical speed indicator to show you that you've now hit what they call positive rate of climb. Positive rate of climb, that is the cue that you now bring up your landing gear, only when you get to positive rate of climb. There are some caveats. If you're using a runway that's very, very long and you're in a small aircraft, well, I wouldn't put the gear up straight away if you had an engine failure, right? Or the aircraft suffers some sort of a catastrophic failure. Well, you don't need to worry about putting the gear back down in order to use the rest of the remaining runway. There's certain points of the runway in which you can safely abort a flight, and Navigraph will cover all this now in a moment. But when you hear airspeed alive, V1, rotate, positive rate, the positive rate of climb means that your instruments on your vertical speed indicator is showing you are now in a positive rate of climbing. If you were in a negative rate, you're descending. That makes sense? So by using the checklists, muscle memory is going to be power, mixture, and engine. You might have heard things like T's and P's, or temperatures and pressures are in the green. That's what they're looking at. They're looking at the engine oil temperature, the engine oil pressure. You're looking at the vac for the suction, and any other indicator that your engine is displaying to you. Could be cylinder head temperature, anything. But temperatures and pressures is what you're after, and they must all be in the green. If they weren't in the green, you have a problem, and you would have to consider aborting the takeoff. And it comes down to if you have usable runway. If you don't have usable runway, up you go, and you're now looking at your plan B, right? And this all comes towards your takeoff briefing. There's a briefing. We will rotate at this. If we haven't rotated by this area here, right, depending on, again, where you're looking, if we haven't rotated by, you know, you can't really see it here. If we were to open the charts of this place, do we have anything? We do. So if we were to say, right, we're taking off from runway 34. Now, in a Cessna 172, if the elevation and all that was fairly low, we would say if we haven't reached our rotation speed by the time we get to Alpha 3, we're going to abort the takeoff. And that has its own procedure. So it's not guesswork. You need to know, because if you go past, say, Alpha 3 in this case, you're now at Alpha 2 and you haven't achieved your takeoff speed, the aircraft hasn't lifted off yet, you're shagged, right? So you need to be planning that ahead. At every flight, always look at this to say, well, look, it is possible I might have to abort this takeoff. We've heard this before. We heard Dougal having to abort a takeoff on a VATSIM flight, right? It can happen. And when I hear pilots, especially in the sim, are saying that, it's wonderful because they are so on top of their game when it comes to this. They're on top of it because they know, hang on, this isn't going to work. I need to abort this. Do you know what I mean? It just gives you better confidence to know that pilot knows what they're doing. Do you know what I mean? But anyway, how do we get the gear up in the caravan, right? Certainly Dave, good to see you. He says, Forder always taught us when you have no more usable runway to put the gear up. That statement is correct, yes. You could still apply caveats to that. Remember, depending on altitude, depending on the weight and balance of the aircraft, and depending on the weather, with your gear down, that's creating a lot of drag. The gears, it's pure drag, dirty air, if you like, or dirty configuration, parasitic drag. It's pure drag on the aircraft. It is affecting your airspeed. So depending on the aircraft, you would have to go gear up. But what Forder is saying, he is correct. Gear up only at the point where you know the remaining element of the runway is no longer usable. That's sound advice. So certainly Dave, yeah, he's 100% right. Fly and Dive, Happy New Year to you, buddy. And Crispy, great to hear it, bud. Keep on keeping on, Crispy. The guy departing before me today, says Rambog, had to abort as well. It is always nice to see it happen on the network. Does give a bit of variety. Absolutely, absolutely. Dougal said, I only pretend to know what I'm doing, right? Brilliant. Mahi Europe is looking for a 787 Dreamliner. Where is it? Couldn't tell you. But these are things in the real world you can still bring back into the sim because you got to plan for your takeoff. If we haven't taken off by this point, well, what do we do? Do you know what I mean? It's, we'll stay going, sure, it'll be grand. Now, if you're flying around having a laugh and you're messing, this stuff doesn't really matter. But if you want to take your flight simulation experience and keep it as realistic as possible, it will enhance everything that you do. It just does, right? Jeb is in 2001. A very happy New Year's to you, buddy. Boomstick, thank you for the follow. But yeah, so in this case, you would abort. Now, they will go through abort takeoffs, I'm sure. And we're all well aware of an aborted landing, a go-around, right? Or if we're going by instruments, missed approach. We've missed the approach. We can't land this safely. We're not stable. The aircraft isn't configured correctly. We can't land this safely. There are procedures, right? Away you go, off you go, and try and do it again. The lesser known stuff to flight simmers is, well, the very same applies to a takeoff. You might have to abort a takeoff. Think of it. What might be reasons in which you have to abort a takeoff, right? Give us a couple of ideas, right? Why might you need to abort a takeoff? There's no real wrong answer here, unless you're being, right? But give it a go. Adam Controls is here. Happy New Year's. He said there was nothing wrong with the internet. The 30 fibber was hung over and needed a lie-in. I wish. The issues I had this morning, man. Jesus. But you're very welcome. Birds, Eddie. Birds. Absolutely. There could be a bird strike or birds suddenly appeared. Oh, Jesus. I'm not going up through that. Deer on the runway are an obstacle, 100%, especially on VATSIM, that can happen. Or in multiplayer, we don't really mind on multiplayer, right? But on VATSIM, 100%, an obstruction has appeared itself on the runway, right? Sunjammer, good to see you, buddy. With a bad head, oh dear. Other things, configuration warnings, yes, the aircraft could be showing you a failure, right? Unexpected engine indications, that's it. Engine problems, airspeed indicator problems, yeah. It's possible, unlikely, I haven't seen it much, but I know it happens. ATC could request you to reject a takeoff. Immediate danger, reject takeoff. Abort takeoff. Haven't seen it on VATSIM, but it can happen. Failure to remove pitot covers before flight. If that happens, yeah, I mean, if you can safely abort, right? Failure to, or a Murph in the runway trying to start an engine, yeah, that'll always do it. So you can see all the different reasons as to why you may have to abort a takeoff. It might be more than just how your aircraft is behaving in terms of, have you achieved your speed? Have you got lift? It could happen because there's an obstruction on the runway. You receive a failure. You could get an engine out, right? Now, the rules and procedures will always change based on the type of aircraft in which you're flying. For example, if you're in like a commercial airliner with 2 engines, once the aircraft gets to a certain speed, in most cases at V1, at that stage, they're flying no matter what happens. V1. They've reached that velocity speed. They're going. That's it. If you look at A320 pilots, as they are taken off, they'll have a hand on the throttle, hand on the stick. Once they hit V1, their hand comes off the throttle. They no longer go near that throttle because they're up and out of it. That's it. Even on one engine, right? So you want to watch for that. I've been instructed to abort at Gatwick. There you go. Abort. You can abort a takeoff, right? I'm ATC on VATSIM, and I have told someone to abort since taxiing traffic failed to take a turn. So be aware of it, right? So again, it comes into our planning. What might happen? And this, all of this planning makes you a better pilot, be it in the sim or in the real world. You don't need to worry about it, but just be aware of it. What if I'm not able to take off for whatever reason? If it's a me issue, right? Aircraft failure, systems, whatever, then you're going to pick your point in the runway, and that becomes part of your takeoff briefing. And every pilot will have a takeoff briefing. Even if they're flying solo, they'll go through the takeoff briefing, right? Or if it's an aircraft problem or a systems or a ATC problem, right? If it's an ATC, a them problem, they could tell you to hold off as well. All right? Leaving the immersion on. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? So just be aware of all of this as well, because it can happen. It can happen. And it's like everything, lads. The more planning you do, or the more you're aware of things, it really does stand to your flying, do you know? But yeah, going back to checklists, as I said, having checklists dead handy if you have something on your iPad, or if you're using, like, say, intentions, or, you're using the in-sim stuff. Because checklists are vital. There's a reason why there are checklists. You could forget stuff. Oh, Jesus, I didn't remove the pitot cup. Well, did you do your No, I didn't. That's why. So that's why we have checklists, right? Right. We continue on and see what they say next.
And in MSFS, checklists are available from an in-game panel. These are interactive checklists that replicate the real-world Cessna 172 checklists. Feel free to make use of these, though I would recommend that you use a physical checklist, as it adds both immersion and allows you to read the checklist without having to navigate an in-game panel while you're flying. Over at the Navigraph Academy website, you can find our own Cessna 172 checklist available for printing. They are in standard foldable formats and include all the procedures we'll do in this course. They also follow the real-life Cessna 172 procedures as accurately as possible.
Let us now focus on landings.
Now, before we jump into landings, that is great from Navigraph. They've made their own checklists available, right? So if we wanted to have a look at this, if we go to resources here in Navigraph Academy, see the checklists, right? So we can go a printer-friendly version, or you can look at the professional version. So if you have a look at the professional version, this is the one that he's talking about, because when you go to print this, it'll print in the proper resolutions that you want. Now, you can use this checklist from Navigraph. You can pop this as a PDF and put it on your email it to yourself, and you can open it up on your tablet, right? It's not an automatic checklist, but let's be honest, most of the real world stuff are not automatic. You have to go line by line by line. Now, you can have something that's laminated, right? You can get your checklist printed out. So for example, I've this gear, right? So I can have a look at all my normal checklists on a laminated sheet, right? And depending on what you're doing, you could use like a highlighter or a marker to say, right, well, I've done that bit, and so on, right? My actual checklist is one of these. That's what I use for real world stuff. And this is on my knee board. It's on my leg. It's strapped to my leg with my knee board. That's what they're called, a knee board. It's a paper gadget, one of these fellas. A clipboard. Right? Doesn't have to be that big. You can get them slightly smaller, but the clipboard is literally on your leg, right? That's if you ever look at military pilots, their jumpsuits, they have like clear plastic on their knees or just below their knees. The idea being is when they're sitting in the aircraft, well, that's where their maps go, or the checklists, right? You can buy, this is from Transair, you can get these on Sporties or Poolies or one of those. You can buy actual checklists, and it's nice because they have little tabs here on the side, so you can say, right, what am I doing? Well, I'm doing my takeoff. Go to the takeoff page. Here's all my checks. And I can go down through them to say, right, well, trim, throttle, mixture, mags, pitot, primer, fuel flaps, instruments, hatches, harnesses, carb heat, controls, and then the captain's brief, your emergency brief as required. Then it goes into them. Takeoff. Clearance has been obtained. Airframe strobes are on. Landing lights are on. Transponders on. Lookout. Runway approach and departure are visually checked and clear. On the runway, check your direction indicator with your compass to make sure everything's dialed up correctly. RPM to full power. Engine temperature and pressures are steady and within limits. Airspeed increasing. And then after takeoff, you're going to have flaps, engine temperatures and pressure, radio, and altimeter. All right. Epic Fool, good to see you, buddy. You'll see the flying reporter constantly using his knee board. 100%. 100%. Above the knees, Murph, on the lights, below the knees will be hidden. No, as in, if you see them standing is what I meant, Surly Dev, yeah? If when you see the pilot suit, and you're looking at it when they're standing up and slightly below their knee, slightly. The reason being is when they're sitting down, the trouser moves up, right? You'll see it. If you just Google flight suits, you'll see what I mean. But anyway, checklists, if you can, Navigraph have now given you a free one. There's also a ton of these online on flightsim.to for any aircraft. And of course, you have the in-sim checklist. And depending on the aircraft you're flying, maybe the developer has included in their own checklists as well. Automated checklists, where you click on this, camera moves, click the button. There's a big helicopter outside. Right, you get the idea. All right, so checklists, for this type of flying, if you're doing a group flight and you just want to go for a bit of a jolly, you probably don't need them. But as I say, if you really want to enhance your flight sim experience, that is what you want to do. Checklists, you can get them for many different aircraft. I've heaps of them here. I have a pilot's guide for a PA-28 because I've flown a PA-28. I've checklists for a PA-28. But of course, the Cessna 172 would be the main one. And you can buy them online. They're like a tenner, but you can use them within the sim. Depending on the aircraft you're flying and how well it's made, right, they'll actually have everything that you're looking for. So if you look at this one here, from Navigraph, before engine starts, so we're looking at takeoff, starting the engine, before takeoff checklist, brakes, flight controls, flight instruments, your altimeter, standby instruments, fuel, mixture, fuel selector, trim, throttle, mags, engine instruments, annunciators, throttle flaps. They'll be all slightly different variations, but they're all doing the same thing. Line up and checklist, strobe lights on, park and brake released, runway final, clear, climbing checklist, throttle, mixture, engine instruments. Does all the same kind of stuff, right? Heisenberg, good to see you. I've got a physical copy of Aircraft Checklist Pro from SoFly. Yeah, that's very good. They had that at Expo. Very, very good. But you get the idea, right? Very useful stuff to have are these checklists. Do you know what I mean? Anyway, we should continue on. And now we're moving on to landings. Jeez, this is going to be great crack.
A good landing begins with a good approach. To fully understand the correlation between landing success and approach stability, we must explore the behavior of the aircraft in the approach and landing segments. All approaches and landings can be divided into 3 such segments. The first is called the final approach segment, the second, the landing segment, and the last, the rollout segment. And we can begin studying the final approach segment. We arrive here when the aircraft is wings level on the extended center line of the runway with landing flaps extended. Usually at this point, the aircraft is flying at around 70 knots with flaps 30 and is descending with about 400 feet per minute. How we reach this point is something we will cover in our next lesson, which will cover traffic patterns. But for now, let us focus on what happens once we are on the final approach segment. The goal of the final approach is to follow a stable glide path, and by far the most common approach angle used is a 3-degree glide path, which can be followed by a modest vertical speed of about 400 feet per minute, flying at 70 knots. Looking at this from the perspective of the pilot, we can see that we are approaching the runway. At this point, we are flying towards our aiming point, which is located shortly before our designated touchdown point. We have to aim slightly prior to the touchdown point, as the aircraft will require some distance to reduce speed enough to achieve a touchdown.
Now, here's something for the golfers, or those of you who want to play golf, right? This is what I learned. I'm not very good at golf. In fact, I'm crap. I just go drinking. But your initial tee your initial swing where you're going to tee off. We always have especially if you're starting out, you'll always have the issue you completely missed the ball. Jesus, that was just a warm up, right? Here's a great way to kind of fix that from happening. Put down a coin, something like, I don't know, a quarter or like, a 50-cent coin, right? Put it just before the tee where the ball is. In this case, very similar to here. Say the blue bit here is the ball and the tee, and this one here, well, that's where you put your quarter, right? And what I want you to do is when you're next aiming up your shot in golf, you're aiming to hit the coin, not the ball. You aim for the coin, and I guarantee you, you're going to hit the ball, right? So try that. But this is using the same methodology. Your aiming point slightly before where you actually want to touch down. That's where you're aiming for, all right? And you'll a little bit of finesse after that if you want, but your aiming point where your eyes are looking, I want to touch down there. Forget about this smooth landing and greasing it. A safe landing, not too hard, but accuracy. Accuracy is the most important thing when it comes to your landing. Accuracy, right? Because, and obviously safety, but like the rate of descent at, 400 feet per minute, a 3-degree descent glide profile at 70 knots in a Cessna. Most PAPI lights, these are the lights you'll see on either side of the runway. They're beside the runway, and they're giving you an indication. They're giving you an indication if you're above, below, or on the assigned glide path. Now, check your charts. It varies from airport to airport, but usually it's a 3-degree glide. Usually, right? So you can use instruments on the ground to help you out. But for this is purely down to we want to get our aiming point spot on, right? So try that with the coin. Golf tips from Murph, from the lad who has a spare scorecard, right? I'm telling you, you just need to try it. If you think I'm mad, get a golf club, get a tee, put the golf ball down, and put a coin in front of it. Aim for the coin. And I don't mean right beside it. Put it about 3 inches or whatever in front of it. And your eyes fixate on that coin. You'll hit the ball. You'll be amazed. It'll happen and you'll say, Jesus, your man from Ireland was right. Right.
To assist us in flying an accurate final approach down towards the aiming and the touchdown points, many airports offer a visual aid called a PAPI. The PAPI consists of 4 lights that can each display either white or red lights. When we are on or very close to the 3-degree glide path, the PAPI will show 2 white and 2 red lights. If we were to descend below the path, we'd see 3 red, and if we descended further down, we would see 4 red. Moving back up, we find that the opposite is true for being too high. Seeing 3 white lights would indicate that we are slightly above, and 4 lights that we are significantly above the glide path. In order to stay on the 3-degree glide path, we must use pitch and power to counter any changes in the altitude and our airspeed. You may remember us practicing such corrections in our previous lesson on slow flight, so today we can put that knowledge to the test. For example, consider this aircraft that is on the target airspeed of 70 knots, but too high. The pilot will be seeing 3 white and 1 red light on the PAPI. The correction we are about to do must consider the fact that we are flying at our target airspeed, but that we are above the 3-degree glide path. So we must descend to regain the desired glide path while maintaining airspeed. And for a specific airspeed, vertical speed is controlled by engine power. Thus, if we want to increase our descent rate and regain our glide path, we must first reduce engine power. As we do, we must lower our nose to maintain the target airspeed of 70 knots. In return, we find that the vertical speed increases. The airplane now begins to descend back onto the glide path, and we maintain our lower pitch and power until we see a reaction on the PAPI lights. As we reach the glide path, we would once again see 2 white and 2 red lights on the PAPI. At this point, we must add power again and apply pitch corrections so that we reduce our vertical speed while we maintain 70 knots. To do this, we will reverse our previous correction. We increase power and slightly raise the nose. As you can see from this example, any correction to the glide path requires simultaneous corrections to both pitch and power. Next, let's discover how we make changes to our airspeed. As we approach the runway, we must reduce the airspeed to our final threshold speed. And for the Cessna 172, this speed is 61 knots. In order to reduce our airspeed from 70 knots to 61 knots, while maintaining a constant vertical speed, we need to increase our pitch attitude and reduce our power. So again, for any change in airspeed, we must again use simultaneous corrections to both pitch and power. As the aircraft approaches the threshold of the runway and it crosses it, we should be fully stable at 61 knots, trimmed and on the 3-degree glide path, flying towards our aiming point. This sets us up for a great landing.
That is a lot of theory, but it will become much clearer once I show you how this looks from inside the cockpit. Here we are on a long final. You can see the PAPI lights next to the touchdown markings of the runway ahead. I'm stable, 70 knots, and I've just extended flaps to full. Our pitch is stable, and we're trimmed. Looking at the runway, we can see our aiming point and our touchdown point. Being this stable, we can simply allow the aircraft to continue the approach, only countering any small wind effects if they occur. As we come close to the runway, the so-called short final, we must begin to reduce our airspeed from 70 knots to about 61 knots. To do this, we're going to reduce our power slightly. And we're going to raise the nose slightly. I trim to remove any pitch force. As you can see, the airspeed stabilizes at 61 knots. Let us move back out on the approach again, and I will show you how to correct for glide path deviations. Here we are on 4 whites. We're way too high, and we need to perform some quick corrections to get back onto the glide path. My airspeed is good, right at 70 knots. My plan is therefore to reduce our power and our pitch attitude. This ensures I maintain airspeed as our vertical speed increases. As we're quite high, I'll have to reduce power by a relatively large amount. And we're going to pitch down as much as we need to maintain our speed. Here we go. I reduce power. Let's reduce our pitch attitude as well. We're going to check our airspeed indicator. It's looking good. We're still stable at 70 knots. Had it not, I could have changed our pitch attitude to correct. As you can see, our vertical speed has significantly increased from a glide path target of around 400 feet per minute. We're getting back on the glide path. There's 3 whites, 1 red.
Hello there.
And here's 2 whites, 2 red. Let us regain the 3-degree path and increase power and pitch up. Let's check our airspeed. That's looking good. We're going to check our vertical speed. It's about 400 feet per minute. That's great. I'm back on our glide path here. Let's return our gaze towards the aiming point. The earlier I can establish the stable glide with a stable airspeed, the better. Once we cross the threshold, we should always be stable at 61 knots, trimmed, and on the 3-degree glide path. That allows us to transition into the landing segment with an optimum precision and control, ensuring a safe, smooth touchdown.
Let us also quickly go over what we do if we are flying off the center line. That is, if you have drifted left or right of the approach path. Consider an aircraft that has deviated to the left of the extended center line of the runway. Simply aiming towards the aiming point will not do, as this would mean we'd cross the threshold and enter the landing flare at an angle that is offset from the runway's direction. Instead, we must find our way back to the extended center line at some distance before we cross the threshold. When we are back on the extended center line, the aircraft's heading can once again be aligned with the runway's direction.
This is easy to demonstrate in the plane. Here we are, quite significantly offset from the extended center line. As you can see, we must correct to the right to get back on track. I bank slightly to the right, establishing a shallow turn. To determine our position in relative to the center line, I check the apparent shape of the runway, as well as the apparent angle of the center line. Once they're almost vertical, I return to the original heading via a shallow turn in the other direction. Here we go, we're back on track.
It's time to get on the ground, so let's focus on the landing segment.
Now, before we get to that, Johnny Aardvark, welcome in. Happy New Year, buddy. And yes, you better believe it. Let me saw them. Thank you indeed for the follow. You're very welcome in. What you might see a lot of times when you're flight simming, the wind is going to have an impact on this angle. So even though you're looking at your aiming point, if the runway is way off in one direction and you get yourself back on track, that's one thing. But let's say, for example, the runway is dead, it looks straight, right? But you know your aircraft isn't. So it's a crab entry, right? It's a slip. So effectively your aircraft can't approach dead straight because the wind is having an impact. Again, you would counter that by applying some rudder control and a small bit of aileron to counteract any sort of roll. Because you'll see aircraft, ever look at like crosswind or any windy days, right? You see aircraft coming in. I mean, they're coming in almost sideways. It's the same idea. They got to turn the aircraft to kind of, get rid of the effects of the crosswind, meaning the airplane is traveling forward. Bob Ross again here. I mean, this is brilliant. So if your airplane is trying to hit this target, that's your runway, right? But the shape of your airplane, if your airplane is shaped like this, right? That's an airplane if you didn't know. And at this angle, you're getting this sort of movement. Your airplane isn't going the right way. But to counter that, you would have to change how your airplane is facing into the wind. So you might have to turn your airplane this direction in order to maintain that straight line heading up. Does that make sense? So again, training, ideal, you want to be, low wind, right? But that doesn't happen in the real world. Chances are you're going to be dealing with some sort of wind, right? So you might have to adjust the positioning of your airplane relative to keep that straightforward track. We've done this when you're flying. If you're following a certain heading, let's call it 350, and you point your plane in that direction, but suddenly it's doing this sort of a maneuver. It's drifting over to 300. Well, how do you get it back on track? You'd have to turn the aircraft further this way in order to make that correct track. That make sense? All right. Let's continue on.
This segment begins over the threshold and ends when the wheels touch the ground. The airplane crosses the threshold at 61 knots. It is important that the speed is not too high, as this would increase the landing distance considerably. But at the same time, the airspeed should never be lower than 61 knots, as this could take us very close to stalling speed. As we cross the threshold at our target airspeed, we have a descent rate of about 400 feet per minute. And this descent rate would induce a hard landing and potentially a nose wheel first touchdown attitude. Thus, the goal of this segment is to transition from the approach attitude and the high vertical speed to a touchdown attitude with a low vertical speed. And this transition is called the flare or the flare out. And it consists of slowly raising the nose, trading airspeed for a reduced vertical speed, and attaining a nose high, main wheels first touchdown attitude. As we come closer to the ground, we judge the height above the runway visually. With experience, you'll come to recognize a height that equals about half the wingspan of the aircraft. For the Cessna, this means flaring at about 15 feet or 5 meters off the ground. Focusing now on the flare transition. As we reach the flare altitude, we smoothly reduce power all the way back to idle. As we decrease the power, we begin to pitch up. As our airspeed begins to reduce, our lifting force is lessened. So in order to maintain this shallow vertical speed, we must continually increase the angle of attack. And this means continually increasing the pitch attitude as we progress through the flare. At some point, we will reach the pitch attitude for touchdown. If we did flare at the proper altitude, we would be very close to the runway in a nose-high attitude with a shallow to non-existent descent rate, very close to stalling speed. The aircraft will shortly touch down, main wheels first. Now, overviewing the whole segment, we can see that the flare has taken some distance to progress from the approach attitude for speed reduction to touchdown. The distance required for this speed reduction is the reason for the difference between our aiming point and our touchdown point, as we have discussed earlier.
Here we are on short final, flaps 30. Glide path is stable on 2 whites and 2 reds. Our airspeed is set at 61 knots. Let's keep flying towards our aiming point. I'm going to continue past the threshold, looking for the flare height by estimating it visually. Here's the flare height. The reduced power to idle, begin our flare. Our eyes are at the end of the runway now. Let's keep raising our nose. This is our touchdown attitude. Touchdown. Keep the nose up as we want to avoid smacking the nose wheel on the runway.
Now, it's important to note here, you'll often hear me say on approach, the pappy are happy, right? That means I've 2 white and 2 red. We're on the glide path. Then, as I'm approaching the runway to our landing, our final approach, I'm in Egypt. You'll hear me go easy, steady, easy. And what I'm doing here, I'm trying to gauge the distance of both my height and how far I am from my aiming point versus my speed. Right? So when I say hold the nose, once I've flared it, I now want to hold that nose back and bleed off any remaining airspeed. Usually because I'm coming in too fast, right? So as you're bleeding that off, you want to be aiming roughly for about 15-20 feet for your flare, and then kill the power, throttle back, and you hold the nose up gently. Don't keep pulling back. You want to hold and maintain an attitude. You don't want to keep pulling the nose back. You could tail strike it, you could stall, and you'll come down very hard. So you maintain that attitude. And as the aircraft slowly comes down, you'll make contact on your main landing gear. As you're doing that, you're now going to be focusing back on the runway. As the aircraft is now decelerating, your job is to keep it as close to the center line as possible. Do you know what I mean? Faz, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. None of us are strangers to a 400 feet landing. Do you know what I mean? So it's definitely one thing you can be practicing, especially bleeding off that airspeed during the flare. Now, there's other things that can happen. We can float. Ground effect suddenly plays a part into all of this. And that mainly comes down to your airspeed when you flared. There's just too much forward momentum versus the distance between your aircraft and the ground. This is going to be called ground effect. And that can really happen and, shag some of your landings because you're now using up your usable runway, but you haven't yet made contact with the ground. And you can be stuck in ground effect. So you got to be careful of that as well. But by keeping your speeds on point, monitoring your speed and controlling them from your approach, final approach, landing, flare, landing, and then roll out, that's how you're going to combat that. You're going to keep that at an absolute minimum for all of this. Do you know what I mean? So we continue on.
The last segment in our landing sequence is the ground roll. And this segment begins when the aircraft has just touched down on its main wheels, but the nose wheel is often still aloft. The goal of the ground roll is to reduce the airspeed to a slow taxi speed while maintaining the center line of the runway. To do this, the pilot must first slowly reduce the pitch attitude, as premature braking would slam the nose wheel into the ground forcefully. If a short stopping distance is desired, then as soon as the nose wheel is down on the ground, slowly but firmly apply both the left and the right brake. As you do, maintain the center line by use of the rudder input. As the airspeed reduces, larger rudder inputs may be required as the rudder continually loses aerodynamic effectiveness. As the aircraft's speed reduces to a slow taxi, prepare to exit the runway via the taxiways.
Let me show you how we land and slow down as one sequence now. We're here, just about to begin the flare. I reduce to idle and begin the flare. Again, keeping our eyes at the far end of the runway. I keep raising our nose. There's our touchdown attitude, and touchdown again. I slowly reduce the nose attitude, allowing the nose wheel to contact the runway. We begin to brake. This is a long runway, so moderate braking is enough. We're going to maintain the centerline with rudder inputs. This is a good taxi speed here. I prepare to leave the runway. But what would happen if we felt the landing was unstable? For example, if we did not achieve full airspeed and glide path control as we approach the landing. In this situation, it's much better to abort the landing and attempt a go-around. A go-around can be done at any stage during the approach, but it's most challenging if we perform it from a low altitude and with full flaps. Let us demonstrate how to manage this transition. You may recall that we've earlier practiced exits from slow flight with full flaps. The go-around procedure is very similar. Here we are on the final approach. As you can see, we're too high and the PAPI is showing us all whites. It's too late to salvage this. It's a good time to go around. I smoothly apply full power. As I do, we're going to maintain level pitch by significantly pitch down pressure here. I retract the flaps to 1 notch to 20 degrees. Check our airspeed. We're going to go ahead and retract our flaps to 10 degrees and begin our climb. I aim for 75 knots and trim. As I reach 300 feet, retract flaps to 0. Again, I have to retrim. We continue our climb at 75 knots. At 500 feet, we're going to do our climb flow. Throttle's full, mixture is rich, engine instruments checked. We're all done.
And that's how we take off and land. In our next lesson, we will focus on how to fly the traffic pattern, getting us from takeoff all the way back to landing for repeated touch and go practice landings. But before we do, it's time for you to perfect your takeoff and landing techniques. And you can do this right now inside Microsoft Flight Simulator. Head over to the Academy website where you will find even more training material, as well as an easy way to load your training lessons into Flight Simulator, which will allow you to get airborne straight away. As always, if you find our training videos entertaining and educational, feel free to subscribe or to leave a comment.
Right.
That way you will be supporting our training content both now and into the future. See you up there.
Great stuff. Okay, so takeoff and landing. We've covered a lot of theory, but this all happens so fast, it goes over the head. Just remember the fundamentals for all of this. Be aware when you're flying, an aborted takeoff is a reality. Also, when you're landing, an aborted landing is very much a reality, because there are certain points along your approach that you're going to know, right, this, I'm not stable, I'm over the approach, or I'm too high, or I'm too fast. You're going to get the idea. With the tips that we've been shown here, what's critical to us is going to be our climb speed at 300 feet flaps up. At 500 feet, check your power, check your mixture, check your engine and instruments. All right. When we're landing, we want to be making sure that we have our approach speed, our approach altitude, and also our approach descent, or the glide slope, right? And this is, we're going to be aiming for a 3-degree glide, and the PAPI lights are going to be helping us visually to show us if we're above or below. Also, then when it comes to our final approach, we're going to make sure that our speed is down to 61 knots. We then need to aim for the flare, roughly 15, 20 feet off the ground. We get rid of the power, we reduce the power to idle, and we hold the nose up, maintain that attitude until our back wheels make contact with the ground. When they do, we allow the aircraft to decelerate, allowing the nose slowly to drop, and then makes contact with the ground. Then we can apply some of our braking. All right. So quite a bit to be covered here, but we'll go through it. Now that we've watched the video, it's time to rehearse the essentials, and let's go over the key procedures. Airspeeds. These are important airspeeds to commit to memory. Your climb speed, VY, is 75 knots. That must be attained after takeoff into your final climb. Your approach speed, 70 knots, to be followed on approach until you reach short final. Then we have our threshold speed, or your short final, which is going to be 61 knots. We reduce from 70 to 61 knots when approaching the runway, preferably on the so-called short final. Right. Landing performance. Remember that landing distance and controllability depend heavily on both your airspeed and altitude as we cross the threshold. If you approach faster than 61 knots or higher than the ideal PAPI indication of 2 white and 2 red, you'll end up with a longer flare and a delayed touchdown. Don't accept excess speed or 3 whites with the PAPI. Instead, make active corrections to bring the aircraft back on profile. Professional pilots aim to nail both the airspeed and altitude precisely when crossing the threshold. Building this habit now is especially important if you plan to transition to larger aircraft and indeed the airliners later on in your flying journey. So if you're flying, like Ryder says, the F-18, or if you're flying in the airliners, this is where you want to be doing it. This is where you want to be learning this. Slow, cautious, careful. Who are you and where is Murph, right? I don't think I've ever seen Murph play it safe and go around. No, it's fun to challenge, you know. But AI is getting out of hand. But we get the idea from a realism perspective to your flight simming. This is the way to do it. All right. So the flare. Judging when to begin to flare is a skill you'll develop visually through practice in the simulator. And while timing takes experience, the flare attitude can be demonstrated. Now, there's a couple of things. If you're flying in VR, for example, you have a huge advantage because you tend to have, especially if you're using something like a Pimax, you have a very wide field of view, meaning you can actually see, the sim in your peripheral vision. That's so helpful when you're trying to land because you can actually see the horizon on a much wider scale, knowing that your peripheral vision is actually indicating to the brain, I'm too high on this side or too low on that side, right? So your field of view with or even without VR is going to be very important here. If you're zoomed in too much, you're not getting the full picture. If you ever look at lads doing, acrobatic stunts in aircraft and aerobatics, they tend to have their field of view back quite a bit, 80, 90, even more, because they want to be able to see more of the horizon line from where they're flying. It makes it easier because they've more control over the aircraft. If they were zoomed right in up to the instruments or up to the heads-up display, they've lost that. They've lost that peripheral vision that's going to help guide you and give you a better position, allow you to, control the aircraft that little bit better. All right. This is extremely important when it comes to the flare, because remember, when you're flaring, you're transitioning from the nose is somewhat pointed down to you're now pitching it attitude up, right? You can no longer see in front of you. The plane is blocking your view. So your peripheral vision now becomes very important because a little bit out the left, a little bit out the right, where am I, right? And you can kind of look ahead, you might see a horizon there as well. Look at the picture below. In the standard cockpit view, the cowling should appear just at the far end of the runway, and this visual cue will help you set the correct nose-up attitude. At the same time, gradually reduce your throttle to idle as you initiate the flare, allowing the aircraft to settle smoothly onto the main wheels. All right? Do as I say, not as I do. Yeah, 100%. And then, of course, checklists, introduction of checklists and how to use them. Do you recall the difference between a flow and a checklist? A flow is a sequence of actions performed from memory. So, for example, aviator or airliner pilots, the camera jumps up to the overhead and you'll hear them saying, well, I'm going to go through my flows. Right? Their flow is basically, it's going to flow this direction. They've learned that from memory, and then the checklist items obviously are part of that flow. And then they read down through the checklist. But when they do their flow, that's the direction we're going to move from. So that's what I mean by flow. So these come from memory. So what we need to remember, after we depart, as we climb up past 300 feet, we bring the flaps in. And then at 500 feet, we're going to check our power, we're going to check our mixture, and we're going to check our engine instruments. When we want to look at the written checklist, which is a written reference used for completing afterwards, after the flow is done, we confirm that nothing was missed. For instance, once at safe altitude, you pick up the climb checklist and you cross-check each item. All right? So a flow might be, well, I'm going to do a walk around and I have to go right anti-clockwise around the airplane. That's your flow. Your checklist, remove the pitot cover, remove the tie down. That makes sense? You'll be using more flows and checklists in the upcoming lessons, but for now, feel free to download what Navigraph Academy have provided us, available through the resources tab up here on the left-hand side. We had a look at that. Great bit of stuff. You can download it, keep it on a tablet, or you can print it off. Excellent stuff. All right, excellent stuff. So we're now ready to put all of this into practice. First, we're going to make sure that we understand what we've been taught so far. So we have a couple of questions, right? So we're going to start off. You decide to go around from short final with full flaps because the approach is now unstable. What is the correct sequence? Do we retract all the flaps immediately, then add full power and pitch up? Do we apply full power with a bit of right rudder, control pitch to prevent ballooning, retract to 20, then retract to 10 as we pass 60 knots? Or do we add full power and raise the nose aggressively to climb? Don't do that with the flaps. Or do we trim nose up, then add power and then clean up the flaps gradually? What do you think? Casey Wingboy, good to see you. So apply full power with a bit of right rudder to counteract the yaw. That's correct. Control your pitch to prevent ballooning. We do that, as in keep the nose down. And then we retract our flaps when passing 60 knots. That's incorrect. We retract to 20 degrees, then 10 degrees as we pass. It should be, 10 degrees as we pass. I don't know what the speed is going to be, but I do know you don't bring your flaps up after 60 knots, right? If you get to 300 feet, then you can go flaps in. It should be, I'd say 75. I think 70 or 75. We're going to go with this and see what the answer is. It says it's correct, but that is a mistake. That shouldn't be there. So Navigraph need to fix that, all right? Because you don't bring your flaps in at 60 knots. Not at all, right? You can start retracting your flaps and then you progress up to 70 as your airspeed, you progress 10 degrees once your airspeed picks up, all right? All right. On final, your flaps are set to 30. You're stable at 70 knots, but you're showing 3 whites and 1 red on the PAPI. You're too high. So what do we do? Do we reduce power and raise the nose to come down slower? Do we increase power and lower the nose to dive back on path? Do we reduce power and lower the nose to increase descent rate whilst holding 70 knots? Or do we keep everything as is and plan to flare longer? Malky, yeah, it should be greater. It's a typo. Yeah, it should be greater than 60 knots. But it should be here, retract to 20 degrees, then 10 degrees, passing. Like I wouldn't necessarily go 10 degrees at 60 knots, you know? I can't, Muse. I'll start again now. The stream is a write-off. Game over, ball burst. So we're on final. We're at 70, but we're too high. What do we do? Do we reduce our power and raise the nose? Do we reduce power and lower the nose to increase our descent and try to maintain 70? If you reduce the power and raise the nose, what's going to happen? We're too high. So if we drop the power and pull back the nose, well, all that's going to achieve is lower our airspeed. Yeah. If we increase power and lower the nose, we'll dive. It will pick up our airspeed. If we reduce our power, lower the nose to increase our rate of descent, that makes a lot of sense. Or we keep everything as is. I'm going to go with the third option. For a given airspeed, power controls descent rate. Reduce our power to get us back in the glide path, and then we lower the nose just enough to maintain 70 knots. All right? Immediately after liftoff, in the 172, you're at 60 knots with a relatively high nose attitude. What do we do? Do we maintain the current pitch to climb as steeply as possible? Do we slightly lower the nose to accelerate to our climb speed, then set climb altitude? Do we raise the nose further in order to reach VY faster? Or do we extend 1 notch of flaps to help it to climb? So remember, on our initial takeoff, we'll pitch up. And then we want to put the nose down slightly to increase our airspeed to get us to our climbing speed. Then we pitch back up, hold that climb speed until we get to our desired altitude. Heisenberg, 100%. So we're going to slightly lower the nose, accelerate to VY, which is 75 knots, and we're going to set our climb altitude. All right, let's go to our briefing. So we have this quick video.
This lesson is all about takeoffs. Use the Activities tab, then scroll to the right and click Custom Content. Access the lesson on takeoffs and load it up. You'll be located on the runway. It's your task to take off safely. Increase power to full and get going. Your goal is to maintain the center line. Rotate at 55 knots. Once airborne, make sure you build up speed to 75 knots. Maintain the runway's extended center line after takeoff. When you reach 1,000 feet, you can quit the lesson. Head back to the Academy website for your results, and they'll be there within a few minutes. To practice more takeoffs, you can redo the lesson again. Good luck.
Okay, so we get the gist of this. Now, this is all going to happen very fast, right? Because during takeoff, everything starts moving a lot faster, all right? D. Holmes, good to see you. VATSIM should add this to their application process. Well, I think anyone wanting to learn how to fly better in flight simulation should do this course, right? And I'm sure we're going to see a lot more content like this just to hone in some of our skills. You know, you have a real challenge at the moment. Folks want to learn. They're not bothered with Cessnas. They want put me in a 747, put me in an A320. But these fundamentals, as you know, they do apply to every aircraft within reason. Just the figures kind of change around. This is still a great way. Understanding the basics, it just makes life so much easier when you transition to the larger aircraft. You know what I mean? So we finally arrived at one of the most exciting milestones. In this lesson, our goal is to master the full takeoff sequence. Landings are practiced in the next lesson. And remember, precision and smooth control are the keys to consistency. Practice doesn't make perfect. Practice makes permanent, right? Practice as many takeoffs as you need. Each one will bring you closer to true mastery. Right. What should I do in this lesson? We have to perform a takeoff. For how long should I practice? Once we get to 1,000 feet, we're good. What do I need to pass? During your takeoff, the following is going to be evaluated. The goal is to increase speed up to 75 knots, and then you maintain that speed in the climb out. We also must maintain heading. Maintain a runway course within plus or minus 10 degrees in all takeoff segments. Okay, we're going to be taking off from Sunborough Airport out in the Shetlands in Scotland. Our start position is ready for takeoff on runway 27 and the time of day in daylight conditions. There is a little bit of weather. We have a few clouds at 6,300. Temperature is 13 degrees, but we also have some wind. Wind is 270 at 4 knots at ground level. Okay, this could be interesting. All right, this could be interesting. Even though we're using runway 27, runway 27 may not be facing exactly 270 degrees. So for example, if we wanted to check this out, let's go up and have a quick look at Sunborough. We're actually flying to Sunborough on Friday, right? Where's Sunborough? So let's have a look at runway 27. Open the charts. Airport information. So have a look at this, lads. Runway 27 is actually 264 degrees. That's interesting, but it should be 270. It's 264 degrees. That's the actual heading magnetic of the runway. So if the wind is coming in exactly at 270 degrees, right, we should incur a little bit of a crosswind. Now, 4 knots is nothing to write home about, but the wind should be having a very, very slight factor at pushing our aircraft to the left. So we'll need to counter that. We're going to have a very slight push on our aircraft, forcing us left as we take off. So we need to be aware of that. All right? Right. Move on. Let's go in and start the lesson. So it's telling us go into the sim and start doing your stuff. Right, we'll do that. So we'll pop you over there. We're going to go into the sim, into our activities, all the way over to custom content and Navigraph Academy. We're going to go into takeoff, part 7A. So our lesson, we're going to start on the runway, ready for takeoff, ground roll, apply full power, use the rudder to stay aligned, gradually reduce your rudder input as your airspeed increases. We're going to rotate at 55 knots as we raise the nose. Then we're going to gently lower the nose, pick up airspeed to 75, and then keep that attitude and climb. Flaps need to be brought in at 300 feet. We're going to do a quick flow at 500 feet, power, mixture, engine. And then we continue to climb all the way up to 1,000 feet. All right. Are we ready? Let's see what happens here. And again, don't worry about getting stuff wrong with these flights. The whole point of this is, well, you want Navigraph to come back and say, hey, here's the mistake, here's the issue. Now, it's been a while since I've done this, so I didn't have Chase Plane the last time, so there's a good chance I'm going to have to bring Chase Plane into this. Right? So Chase Plane is now active and it hasn't a clue what my views are, so bear with. So with Chase Plane, let's go into main. Let's go into import views, and I'm just going to grab my base views here. Import all these, replace, and now I'm going to have to start editing some of them. So my views are in, but I just need to do a very quick edit here and adjust my position within the aircraft, right? So that to me, that should be my seating position, so we're going to save that. That's out a window, that's out a window. That's okay. That's okay. That needs to come up. That'll do it. Save. Dashboard camera, that'll work. Out the left wing. Left wing, we need to adjust you. I tend to do something like that, right? Save. Now we're going to go to the right wing. And I'm just going to adjust this guy as well. Usually from my seating position, yeah? Alright, that'll do it. Okay, so my views are now set up, alright? Mountain Man, good to see you. I'm seeing Chase Plane cause CTDs and some issues for streamers. I've been fairly lucky, Dougal. Fairly lucky. We seem to be going okay. I'm not happy with that view. Into Chase Plane. This is a hard mounted. It's a dash cam. Let's adjust it. Give me a little bit more height. That's actually not too bad there. And let's save. And then number 5. That's good enough. Alright. So we now know what we're doing. Right? So we're going to be accelerating. It's dark as a devil in here. Can we get some lights turned on? Get our screens on here as well. Okay, so taxi light is off. Heater heat, probably don't need it, it's warm enough. So let's see what we're going to do. We're going to accelerate. We're currently sitting on about 1,000 RPM. Bring our throttle into play. I'm holding the toe brakes. We're now going to gradually increase our power. Flaps are set to... We didn't actually have flaps, that's interesting. We set flaps. And now let's see what happens. So we're going to come off the brakes, start accelerating to full power. And be careful with our rudder inputs. 264 degrees. Airspeed is alive. There's 50 knots. There's 55. Gently up. Gently down. See our speed starting to pick up. And now we want to be pitching for 74 knots. Easy now. There's 75. Nice clean out. Watch your speed. We can pitch it a little bit higher. There's 300 feet. Flaps in. We're a little bit fast, but we're looking good. Quick check outside, around. Are we still runway heading? Kind of. 600 feet, power, mixture, engine, all looking good. There's 700 feet. 74 knots climbing. We're looking good. Flaps are already in. Coming up on 900 feet. And there's 1,000. And that's us. Right. So let's see what Navigraph has done here. So we're going to go to end the flight. And let's see what happens. Now, hopefully that all went according to plan. If it didn't, well, we're going to find out fairly quick. So Navigraph knows that the lesson is still in progress. It'll take a few moments for the sim to transport all this back to Navigraph. And then we'll go for our flight debrief to see what it did. Now, a lot of things happened there very quickly. We went from 0, full power, our initial climb, drop the nose, get our airspeed up, and get our airspeed up. We were a little bit fast. We were climbing at around 80 knots. That's not too bad, right? But we'll see what Navigraph has to say about it. All right. So we're just going to wait for this to update. You'll then see the option. It'll all come up automatically. It'll give us the option then to go in and look at the debrief of our flight. And this is for the takeoff. Next one up is going to be landing, and we see how we get on with that one. So it can take up to a minute or two. Mountain Man, hope you're well, buddy. Let's have a look over here. So we're just waiting to hear, or waiting to find out when this all updates. It's taking a moment. All right, let's try a manual refresh. Nope. Lesson in progress. Usually takes 30 seconds, right? That's taking slightly longer. There's usually a short delay. Now, make sure that everything's working. Yep, everything is working. 14:25, that's okay. Right, there we go. Huzzah, it's in. All right, let's view the analysis and let's have a look. It gave us 100%. So we've passed this lesson. So let's go in and have a look at it. Our takeoff, we achieved 100% score. The heading drift was allowed. We were within 4 degrees. We're allowed up to 10. And our speed, we climbed out at 75 knots. Hey, nice. Okay. So just to cover that again, we went from our initial roll. You can see the phase is broken down. This is where we achieved airspeed alive. Then we got to our rotation speed. Then we got to our climb speed, and then we got to 1,000 feet. And you can see how quick that happened. It happened so very fast. Do you know what I mean? So great. The takeoff has been great. What about the landing? Well, landings. Part 2, in this session, we're going to focus entirely on our landings. While we won't be flying the full traffic pattern just yet, we will be building up the foundational skills needed for precise speed and attitude control during the approach, flare, and touchdown. This lesson is a follow-up based on what we've already done. So in the previous lesson, we covered landings. Feel free to rehearse the information again. But what we're going to do is carry out the practical part of this course. We're going to do an approach. Landing preparation begins well before our final approach, right? Pitched. Where is it? Precision becomes critical during the approach, all right? We're going to learn how to maintain a stable glide path. Target airspeeds are essential. We're going to be looking for about 70 knots on final, reducing it all the way down to 61 knots over the threshold for a safe flare and a touchdown transition. Then, the flare is the transition from descent attitude to landing attitude. Without it, the aircraft could touch down hard, or worse, we could put it down on the nose wheel. Instead, smoothly raise the nose just before touchdown to reduce the descent rate, bleed off any airspeed, and allow the main landing gear to touch down first. Then, gently, slightly nose up. This flare technique takes skill and practice. So we reduce the descent rate, bleed off the airspeed, and allow the main wheels to touch down first in a gentle, slightly nose up attitude. Once we're on the back wheels, on the ground, maintain the flare attitude briefly to avoid slamming the nose wheel into the ground. Then we ease off the back pressure as the aircraft decelerates, allowing the nose to come down nice and gently. Then we can apply braking, and then we transition from touchdown speed to our taxi speed. All right? So that is what we're doing here. This should be the same, Craig. We did that. We have some questions to do here. On final approach, you are trimmed, and I thought we did all this. We did do all this. Go to briefing. Here we go. Landings. Here we go. So, quick look at this one.
Today is a big day. You're going to start practicing landings. Find the lesson by going to the Activities tab, scroll to the right, and click Custom Content. Find the lesson on landings and load in. You'll be on a long final to your runway with flaps 30 and an airspeed of 70 knots. Your goal is now to maintain glide path, centerline, and airspeed. On short final, you must reduce airspeed to 61 knots while maintaining glide path and centerline. Cross the threshold at 61 knots. Land on the touchdown markings with minimum G-force with a bank angle close to 0 and throttle at idle. Come to a safe stop on the runway. Then you can safely shut down your lesson. Back at the Academy website, you'll shortly find your results. Celebrate your success or read your feedback and go for another try. Practice makes perfect.
Practice makes permanent. Anyway, so what we're going to do, we're going to start on a long final, configured for landing, flaps already set 30 degrees. Our goal is to land the aircraft and come to a complete stop. Interesting. So we need to come to a complete stop. All right. For how long do we practice? Exit the lesson once you have either landed or have gone around and reached 1,000 feet. You may restart the lesson as many times as you like. Your landings will be evaluated by flaps must be fully extended and throttle at idle once you hit touchdown. Touchdown position should be within 200 meters of the center of the touchdown marking. Maximum bank angle must not exceed 6 degrees, and touchdown G-force should not exceed 1.5 Gs. Now it's telling us we need to come to a complete stop. All right. Stop on the runway.
On the runway. Then you can safely shut down your lesson.
Right, so we have to fully stop on the runway, right? Are we happy enough? Right, let's go off and try this one, lads. So we're going to go to landings, 7B. So we're going to stop, or we're going to start off in a long final, flaps 30, and remember the pappies. We're going to look for a 3-degree glide, watch your speed, watch your flaps, 70 coming in, 61 just before touchdown. Let's give this an old bosh and see what happens. So this could be great, or it could be a disaster. Let's find out. Okay. Watch your speed. It's a little bit jittery. So we want speed at 70 knots. We're too slow. Okay, we're going to keep an eye out now. We've regained a little bit of speed. We're watching our rate of descent. We're a little bit low, so we're going to correct that. Adding in a small bit of power. Back on the glide. Drop the nose down a little bit. We're still very slow. Easy now, Jemima. Making small course corrections. Jeez, our speed is way slow. Let's see if it gives out to us. We're aiming for about 70 knots. Rate of descent is looking good. The pappy are happy. We're somewhat centered with the center line. So far so good. Our speed is starting to come back up again. Watch our rate of descent here. Try and keep it on 3 degrees. And our speed is starting to drop down a little bit now. We're a little bit low, so we're going to hold the nose up a bit. Easy now. Small little corrections on bank. Still a little bit slow and a little bit high, or a little bit low. Continue on. Gently does it. We want to keep our speed at around 61 knots. Flaps are already set to full. Now watch our aiming point. Speed, we're 1 or 2 knots off, but that should be okay. Now at around 15 to 20 feet, we're going to cut the power and flare. 120, probably a little bit just before it. And I imagine we hit that probably too quick to come onto our nose. That wasn't the nice gentle glide coming in. So let's give it a stop and let's see what it says, right? Alright, aircraft has stopped. We're going to end this lesson. And let's go in and see what Navigraph has to say about all of that. I'd be surprised if I passed that. It didn't seem 100% right. We did make contact on our main landing gear, but it was very quick. Do you know, it was like on the back straight onto the front. There was no real finesse with that. I think we were accurate enough with our aiming point. Managing our speed in the descent wasn't great. Our approach wasn't a mile off, but wasn't great. We were a little bit high, then we got a little bit low, right? So let's see how this all kind of configures to see what score we get, right? And this is something, landings, keep practicing these. Loads of practice when it comes to your landings. It'll just stand to you with other aircraft as well, do you know? So let's see, will this all update accordingly? Angels 15, Happy New Year, bud. Hope you're well, man. Right, let's see what this says. Took about 2 or 3 minutes there, didn't it? Last time round. Aha, she's done. View analysis, 90. So we lost points. All right. Well, let's look at the different phases. We lost our score on the short final. Well, let's go in and have a look. Our airspeed was too slow. I knew that anyway. I was struggling to maintain airspeed. Our altitude, we should have been aiming at about 220 feet. We were slightly above. And the distance was 7 meters. That was on our short final. All right. So that was just too slow, too high, and too early. All right. The threshold, it was happier there. So our threshold airspeed, we were within kind of 2 knots. Altitude, fairly close. We're a little bit high. And the distance of 3 meters. Okay. Our landing, didn't love this, but we got in there. Our bank angle was fine. Distance was okay. Right. Flaps control was perfect. And throttle. So we nailed that. It didn't like our distance. We were 61 meters out, which, you know, wasn't too bad, right? So what do I have to take away from that? My speed on the approach, definitely, and the finesse of the flare wasn't good enough. So I'm going to try it again, right? We're going to try this flight again. So we'll give it another bosh. Let's see. We'll go back into the lesson. I want to go to the previous lesson. And we're going to try this landing again. Go to lesson. Go to the briefing. And then we're going to try this one more time. Let's just see if we can get this done a little bit better in comparison to our previous landing. Hey, it's good to see you, buddy. Hope you're well. Your New Year's resolution is to spend more time watching Big Murph. Thank you very much indeed. You're very welcome. Right, let's see what's going to happen here. We're going to attempt this once more. So airspeed is going to be critical to this. I was coming in far too slow. So let's see if we can fix that, right? Easy now. So get the airspeed up. There's 70, that's better. Now let's look at our rate of descent. It's about 400-ish feet. Now this says we're too low. Alright, back up. Now we're back on the glide. Pop the nose down again. A little bit better. Yeah. Right, Baron, 100%. Okay, we're on the Pappy. They're happy. Speed is a little bit slow. We were aiming for about 70. But again, I'm not too worried yet. Watch our positioning. Flaps are full. Speed a little bit fast, but we're going to transition all this now in a moment. Still on the glide. Going to ease off some of this power, get the speed down. We're just below the glide. Get it back to where it needs to be. Airspeed is coming down. Drop it down another little bit. There's our 61 knots. Continuing on this. Okay, we're looking a little bit better now. Still a little bit shallow, but our speed is good. Aiming for our center point. Aiming point, rather. Okay, roughly here. Nose up, power idle, hold the
Dreamy,
nose.
sleepy, nighty, snoozy, snooze.
There's a touch. Gently down on the nose. And we'll bring it to a complete stop. Jesus, Stu, the freaking timing of that again. Look, Jesus. Still blind. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Stu, you shagged the lights. They won't turn back on again. All right. Let's see what this one reports back. I'm going to take it from there. All my lights are off. I blame Stu. Now they're all back. Oh, Jesus, they're all back. Oh, my lights are shagged. Stu, you shagged me lights. Jesus. Someone tried the owl lights off again. Jesus.
I put the car in swinger, baby.
An apology from Stu Snape at 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Well, thank you very much indeed. Lads, if you got a tier 1 sub, but thanks to Stu Snape, the first gifted sub or subs of 2026. Stu, thank you very, very much indeed. Cheers, buddy. It made up for the lights. Fair enough. They're still very bright. Mother of Jesus. How do we fix this, lads? Hang on. Hang on. I need to fix it. Right. Turn them off. Turn them on. Down. 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 Hang on, lads. We're fixing them as we speak. Down. Key wall air. Where's that one? That's okay. Sony light. Turn you off. And Elgato. No. Yes. About 20. Right. Let's see what happens here. Lights aren't working. We can still see you. 777, good to see you. Viper Strike, welcome in. Happy New Year, buddy. Amundus, welcome in. Right, let's look at this one. All right, we got a much better score there. 98%. Well, let's have a look at it. Our short final. Airspeed 61 knots. We should have been at 70, so we're a little bit slow again. Is that right? Altitude here was a little bit better. And the distance was considerably better. All right, that was better. Threshold, they were happy out. Airspeed was bang on. Altitude bang on. And distance bang on. And then our landing, this is bang on as well. Max bank 1 degree. Distance now 8 meters. Flaps are good. And throttle. So we scored much higher there. And that's where the practice comes into all of this. You need to keep practicing with this stuff, lads. Do you know what I mean? Let me see now. Key light side cam. It just seems very bright or something, does it? Right. Anyway, good stuff there. So if we go into our flights, we can have a look. So we went from 90 to 98%. I'm happy enough with that, right? And because Navigraph is able to tell us, okay, this is your first attempt. This is where you went wrong. I was able to use that information to try my second attempt, and we scored higher. Brilliant news. Great stuff. Fantastic. So we're going to leave it there today with Navigraph Academy. Next week, it gets interesting because we're going to be moving on to the traffic pattern, or as we know, circuits, right? We call these circuits, or the traffic pattern. So that's what we're going to be doing next week. And then after that, then we'll be looking at our first solo where everything is thrown at us. Steep turns, climbs, slow, all the jazz. That's going to be on our first solo. Then we move on to phase 2, visual navigation. That's where we'll be looking at VF4. And we're going to add in a lot more of our own stuff into this as well. So excellent stuff here from Navigraph. Now we're going to transition because we need to do a quick brief on what's going to be our flight for tonight. So tonight we're flying Denver over to Las Vegas. That is what we're doing. Denver to Las Vegas. Sweet. Let's open up Venture Sky and let's open up SimBrief as well. We're going to need all of these things. And then if we go over here, let me see, VATSIM Thursday group. So VATSIM Thursday. And here's our briefing. All right. So, known as the entertainment capital of the world, Las Vegas is a striking sight from the air, especially at nighttime. The bright lights of the strip contrast sharply with that of the surrounding desert, and McCarran, Harry Reid International, sits right on the edge of the city, making for exciting arrivals and visual approaches over casinos, highways, and landmarks. Las Vegas, one of the busiest airports for charter flights in the United States, especially during major events. It also handles flights daily for the mysterious Janet Airline, unmarked aircraft that shuttle workers to and from classified locations, such as Area 51. Now, our departure scenery for KDEN, I already have that from Flightbeam, and our arrival scenery, I'm using that from Fly Tampa. Expected routing is going to be Werner over to Ches, and then GGAP. We also have our full SimBrief dispatch notes, which you can go ahead and click on this. Swap 21, dude, 29 months. Happy New Year, buddy. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, so the aircraft we're in tonight, we're going to be flying in the 737-800. And this is going to show us some routing. It's a 2 hour and 10 minute block time. All right. And it's telling us at the moment, runway 25 departure, 26 arrival. All right. Well, let's go in here and have a look at the weather to see what it's doing this evening. That'll give us an idea. So if we have a look at the temperature, let's bring the time up to our flight this evening. So the temperature, it's cold pretty much everywhere. From Denver, it's 15, 20 degrees. Considerably colder in Vegas, down to as little as 8 degrees. That's interesting. I wonder is that local time. So Denver, it's going to be quite warm, but Vegas is going to be a little bit colder, but certainly nothing in terms of snow that I can see. Speaking of which, let's look at the wind. So the wind speed from Denver this evening, we're going to be looking around 8 o'clock. It's coming in from, well, it's all over the shop here, but effectively westerly, right? And as we get over to Las Vegas, it's going to be relatively calm, but it's a southerly wind. Is that going to change much? No. So it's a southerly wind, and it's actually going kind of easterly then. So that'll take us into Vegas. All right, we'll have a look. What about high wind speeds at our cruise altitude? Well, we're going to be battling a headwind for this entire flight. No matter what way we do it, lads, looking at the winds, we have a headwind. Upwards of about 70 knots, right? 08 Dougal, yeah, we'll have a look at that in Denver. Okay, so it's going to be windy as. What else you want to look at? Let's look at cloud cover. So the clouds at the moment, let me see, Denver, yeah, it's socked in with clouds. Vegas is going to be the same, and come a little bit later on this evening, we might, I'm still expecting a lot of cloud in Vegas. It might drop. Let's have a look at precip. Are we expecting any rain? Well, there's a massive front moving in. Denver is looking like it's going to be dry. Vegas looks like it's going to be getting interesting weather through the night. There's going to be thunderstorms and snow moving through the area. We should be in and landed before any of that hits us, right? Okay, so that's the weather briefing. Sim brief, let's look at runway 08 out of Denver, just to give us an idea of what's happening. And then arriving into Vegas, it'll probably be that of 26 left, which will be over here. We won't get the strip on the 01. Right, let's generate the flight, and let's come over here now into our sim to make sure that all is working. So a couple of things we need to test. So we're going to bring that guy over. Sim brief. And before we go any further, let's just go in and load in our VATSIM. Let's just load in our VATSIM radar. Right? And let's have a look. Are US ATC a bit mean if you're not 100% sure what you're doing? No, I find US, any ATC, I mean, they're not mean. If you're not able to, if you know, English Murph, if you're not doing it right and you don't know how to follow what they're asking you to do, you're going to be in for a bad night. You just are, right? So there are specific events, wings events or first wings events that they give us a shout, right? And if you're unsure, try a couple of flights on observer mode, right? Will VATSIM allow me fly on observer mode? Yes, 100%, Gav, 100%. Right, this is the current ATC coverage at the moment. Let me see. Denver Center is online. We do have Vegas there, so we're going to load into Denver and see what the story is. Now, for tonight's flight, we have a brand new livery, thanks to Cornwolf. I think that needs to go up on the website. I'm not sure. We'll find out. We're going to go on a 737. And we're going to fly in our Firefly Air. There it should be. 737-800. And it's a Firefly Air livery. I'm flying more in Europe and VATSIM. It used to scare the crap out of me, but the more you do it, the more comfy you get. 100%. 100%. Right, let's go over to Denver. There's a wild Dougal on the ground in Denver. So if we're planning for runway 08, 08 is over this neck of the woods. So that's 08, there's 08. So here's cargo, there's Dougal. Let me see, we'll jump in beside Dougal here. We'll go C57. And we'll go live, and live. Now it's probably the middle of, is it? No, it should be daytime in Denver. Dougal can't wait to get going, right? VATSIM terms and conditions have changed observer mode. They're not keen on it, but they won't disconnect you. Ah. Okay, let's see what happens here now.
You need to set parking brakes to request ground services.
All right, Tim, take a moment. Get ourselves into the machine. And give it all a few moments to start warming up. So, chase plane, not configured for this airplane because I used the freighter variant, but we can import them. Import from our... should have this. PMDG 73, yeah, taking this one. Import all, replace, thank you. And we should be good now if I go like this. That's not great. Okay, 9 is shagged. They're good. We need to fix 9. Adjust. I think we had these outside the aircraft, that's why. We'll go in the aircraft. Okay. Save. How's 8? That's okay. 7. That's okay. Outside? That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Alright, our views are looking good. Brilliant. Looking forward to the FAA livery. Yeah, I need to update this on. I need to put it on the website later on. Okay. Settings. Now, Gibbo was showing me something deadly yesterday. I don't know if I installed it yet because I'm a Muppet. It was that of the universal announcement thingy-majig, which he was having a lot of fun with, so I need to play with that. Right, what I want to do, I want to go into VATSIM and connect and make sure all is working. So we're going to bring up VATSIM. I'll install it and test it here now in a second. So VATSIM's working over there, ATC, let's go VATSIM over here. And we'll need to connect to everything once we're up and running. Now, other things we want to test. Is there now a Mobi flight gadget for me gadget? That's the question. Mobi flight PMDG 737 MCP. Wing. So you can get one that works with the 7.3. I don't think this will work. We'll try it. Hardware. Mobi. You don't hear enough from me already? Jesus. All right, let's have a look. Can I load in a profile for a 737? Open. So we're looking for a PMDG 737, right? FC, that looks like it. Open. Run. Okay, let's see what we can do here. So over to our tablet. We also want to make sure we're connected now to VATSIM. So connect. There's life. I'm not mad in that view. Did not do. Let's re-edit this view. Just. There's a wild Dougal. Yeah, that's pretty good there. Save. Okay, so we have model matching. That's a good start. And ground operations. Give us the old ground power unit here. And let's see what we can do here. So we're going to come up on top. We're going to go battery. We're going to go emergency lighting. We are going to go to ground power. Flick on. Logo. Wing lights. Keep the pumps off. Don't need them. Everything else don't need for the minute. Electrical pumps on for the crack. All right. Okay, now do we have stuff? Altitude? Yes. Heading? Yes. Speed? Yes. Vertical speed? Yes. Excellent. So that's all working. FMC reset, that's quite okay. So looking around the airfield. Here's a Dougal. Dougal, are you in the max? There's a Southwest over there as well. Okay, there's a bit of jiggery pokery. Okay, in terms of radio, let's have a look. So there's no CTAF because we do have an ATIS. Departure ATIS is going to be on 134025. 025. 134.
Denver International Airport departure information Romeo 1353 Zulu. Web 210 at 7. Visibility 10. 16,000 scattered. 18,000 scattered. Ceiling 22,000 broken. Temperature 7. Dew point -9er. Altimeter 29er 4. Departing runway 17 left. Runway 25. Notices to air missions bird activity vicinity airport.
Birds.
Advise on initial contact. You have information Romeo.
Okay, ATC is working, model matching is working, airport is working. Excellent choice. That's the first bit of our headache to do. Now we're going to load into Las Vegas and make sure all is working well there. So over the hill we go, and we're going to load into Las Vegas. It's a good spin down the road. Here we go. Read, give it a second to load in. Now I wonder, do I need to disable stuff? The missus is making a Sunday roast on New Year's Day. How great is that, lads? Over to Vegas. I suppose just pop us in somewhere handy. Deltas will do. And we'll load in. We'll see how the scenery works here. So I'm using flight. I think I'm using Flight Tampa stuff. Dude, look at that weather, man. Jesus.
You need to set
Yeah.
parking brakes to request ground services.
Okay. Easy now. Give it all a second to come alive. Chase plane is working as expected. Ground power. Jetway. Grab a hold of it. Battery. Looking good. Looking good. Looking good. Okay. Okay. And okay. Okay, there's life here as well. Batman, good to see you, buddy. Send the rose this way, right? David Heath, good morning. Mad Chihuahua, no, it's going to be Denver to Las Vegas. Okay, so we're looking okay. I don't see anything broken yet. Do we have 2 spheres? Airport's looking good. Where's the rest of the buildings? Interesting. We have a scenery problem. Huh. Okay, that's why we do this stuff before we go flying. So my scenery is absolutely shagged. Any ideas on this one, no? What's the bell on the right top hand side of the sim home? Huh? Merv, what's the bell on the top right hand side in your sim home page? Wait, huh? Yours is okay. Are you using Flight Tampa? Naughty, you are? It ain't liking something here. It's loaded. Are you using Flight Tampa's Vegas landmarks as well, or just the airport? Okay, so the just the airport. Okay. 2024 is default for me. Do you have a clash? Yeah, there's a clash. All right, that's okay. We're going to go back, restart the sim, and tidy up what we're doing. We also want to get those cabin announcements in, so I want to configure these here as well. So let me see. We're going to go into our downloads page. We're also going to open up where to put all my sim stuff. And let's see what happens here. So my community folder, I tend to just throw it in here. Flight sim files, stream only. The universal add-on announcer. I think you just, don't we like put both of them? Let's read the readme, Murph. Readme. Let me see. GitHub, just installed the stuff, placed in their own version history. Their fixes. Where's our installation? Jesus, all the fixes these lads do. Do we just like bury all of these in? Looks like an exclusion within one package, but buildings in that package not rendering. Photogrammetry excluded. Yeah, we'll have to fix it. Let me see, lads. The whatchamacallit? The universal. It needs the toolbar that goes into your community folder, right? And then the universal announcer. Does that go in there as well? Universal cabin. MSFS 2024. Oh, both folders. Man, give out. Sorry, I was going to have to read the instructions. Right, both folders go in. Universal announcer, in you go as well. Now, do I run the application from here? I do. Tools, aircraft, third party. Right. So how do we now? Let's have a look. Welcome to the Universal Announcer. This app can use existing announcement folders or install a small default pack for you. Alternatively, just click Install Default. To download a ready-made sound, you can hit Cancel and continue without sound and set them up later. I do have the... so if we want to go over to twotonemurphy.com and we're going to grab these dudes. Let me see. Log in there, Murph. Give us a second there now, lads. Continue. And downloads. And we're looking for the what is it? The cabin announcements. That's it there, isn't it? Right, grab a hold of them. Thank you. They're going to go into our downloads folder. And then I just browse and hit them. Right, that makes total sense. Downloads. We're going to extract you. Downloads. 7-zip. Phoenix cabin pack. What you get? We're going to close you. We're going to go back to here. Universal announcer. And then we just drop the Phoenix cabin pack into the gadget. We'll horse that in there. Right. Horse that in there. Browse. We're going to go to this PC, local, flight sim files, stream. That's going to be the Phoenix cabin pack. Select. The selected folder must contain a default. Oh, wait, hang on. That's not how it works. All right, grand. I think I need to go off and read the instructions, so do I? So these need to be done differently, isn't it? Hang on. Cabin announcer 2024. Universal announcer Microsoft Flight Sim. Let's have a look. Okay, that's grand. Okay, Phoenix, let me see. Universal automatically detects your flight sim state. Features, grand. Media. Supported. You can obtain default sound pack, Phoenix installation, cabin announcements, Discord, make your own. Installation. Extract and unzip the downloadable file to any directory. Double click the Universal announcer to start the application. Okay. Mine just worked. I didn't need to rename anything. I just popped the files in the right order. Hang on. Browse in this UI to your community folder. Okay, so browse. It wants me actual community folder. Hang on. Hang on. Need to activate these. So we're saying that needs to be on. That needs to be on. Fly Tampa. Turn off the city. And the rest should be okay. So I'm going to say browse. And we're going to call it. I just point this to my community folder. Let's have a look. Users, Murph. App data, local. Packages. Limitless. Local. Packages. Community. Select. Mine just work. I didn't need to rename anything. Just pop the files in the right order or the right folder. So they need to go into their own folder. Do you need to install the default pack? So we'll set them up later in the settings. To continue to figure out, you can set them up later. Yes. Okay. So welcome to this. Universal Announcer is now running in the background. Automatically play flight sim announcements when you fly in the sim. Application is minimized to the system tray. We can open it to access it, right click, double click, and use. Right, grand. A new version, go ahead and grab it. Now, let's see. So we need to set our tail number up. Your sound files should be organized like this. Default. So the airlines do not go into default, they live alongside it. Each folder will contain, all right, okay. Right, we're getting there. So the way it works, it connects to the Phoenix announcements. Point this to your COM folder, Phoenix announcements folder. Then in there, just place your downloaded files with the right ICAO. Okay. These files need to go into the Phoenix folder. Am I right in saying that? They don't go into your community folder. Okay, hang on. We're going to point this gadget. Okay. Sound files. Change folder. So this guy, we're going to put him to Phoenix, right? Where is this now? Phoenix. So it doesn't go into liveries, it goes into the aircraft. Point us to the COM folder to Phoenix announcements folder. Announcements. Default. So I need to put the FFX stuff in there, isn't it? Yes. So Phoenix cabin pack goes in there. Right. And then I point this guy to here. And now I select. Under their own ICAO folders names. Announcements. Okay, so what's happening here though? Selected folder must contain default. Okay. So I'll put it into default. Let's see if that works. Selected folder does not exist. Oh, Jesus. Man. Sent an image in Discord. That's what the folder should look like. Aha. Okay. Wait one. We'll get this. And Naughty, you didn't do it then with the under announcements as default. Yeah. I tried it though, it wouldn't work. Or maybe I didn't try it. That's exactly what I did do, I thought. Limitless. Get in there. Get in there. Get in there. Get in there. Phoenix. This is where I've put them. Phoenix A320. Announcements default. Right. So this puppy comes out of here. Yeah. Do. Over here, you. Oh, Jesus, why can't I move that? One of those. Right. Let's see. Phoenix A320. Announcements. Default. Under announcements is default FAA. So I need to change the name of this to FAA. I know what I've done wrong. I'm a muppet. It's quite okay. Cut this. Paste that. Open this. Delete that. Default FAA. Are we right in saying this looks correct? Let's select that folder. It must contain default subfolder. What am I missing, lads? Default must contain. Do we put them in? Default. Select. Oh. FAA. Select. No. Just point the UI to the announcements folder. We did that. Here's the announcements folder. And here's the FAA stuff. Why is that empty? Huh? Hang on a second. Downloads. 7-zip. Phoenix. Right, try this again. Get out of there and get in there. Are they there now? Why are they all empty? That's just not right. Why are they coming across as empty? Stupid thing. Phoenix cabin pack, throw it onto my desktop. The UI only shows folders. Yeah, no. We'll try it one more time just to be sure, because that just says it's a folder. Delete that. Go with that. Phoenix. Oh, Jesus. You back in there. There's Phoenix. Here's the folder we want. And let's just delete this one just in case and put this one in. Right. Local packages community Phoenix announcements. I'm now pointing the universal announcer to this folder. That's what we're saying is correct. Announcements folder. Select. Stupid Murphy. Right, we're in. Sounds done. Brilliant. Now, do I need to configure anything, or I shouldn't have to, should I? Status. Okay, so no other airline. Disconnected. We can do all this inside. Turn off the boarding music. So boarding music. Do we delete it? It's only the first of the bunch. Yeah. Heads are slow today. Announcements. Boarding music off. Boarding complete. Arm doors. Top of climb. So, is it only? Do we turn everything else on and just turn off the boarding music, or just leave it alone? Leave it as default. Good as is. Thank you, Gibbo and Naughty. Is a very good, lads. Right. Leave that there for the minute. Get rid of that. Leave that open. We need it. Get rid of that. Get rid of you. That's going to stay where it is. We've updated our scenery with this. And now relaunch the sim. We're getting somewhere, friends. Now, the cabin announcements, this should all happen automatically, I think, doesn't it? Once we start putting in, whatchamacallit, the correct flight. Use the same ICAO in SimBrief, i.e. FAA. Okay, so our SimBrief flight plan. Now, will FAA actually work in this? Because you know what that does, you know? Edit the flight. Call sign is going to be airline FFA 235. Now we'll generate the flight. Automatically, indeed. If you're not using ICAO, you're doing it all wrong. Okay, so FAA will work. Grand. Now, do I need to put anything in here then? Start with Microsoft Flight Sim. No. We'll do this ourselves. Audio. Camera based. That's it, pretty cool. Audio device, leave that alone. Sound files ground. Tweaks. What's this? Tweaks? Ooh. It's quite powerful, this little thing. Integration. SimBrief user name. SimBrief user name. Nope. Auto fetch aircraft ICAO codes. Fetching. Yes, it's working. Muse fan. Thank you very much indeed. 5 gifted tier 1 subs from Muse fan going out to the community here on Twitch. Muse, thank you very much indeed. Lads, if you've got a tier 1 sub from Muse, tell him he's a great lad. Leading great lad. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, refresh plan before boarding welcomes. Oh, enable GSX. Interesting. Generated. What's this generated business? Provide. Oh, look at this. I haven't a clue what that is. We're going to apply. Let's see what happens. You're a great lad, Muse. There you go. Don't tell him, it'll go straight to his head. Right? It's all right. We're getting through this together, lads. It's like, I don't know what it's like. It's painful, I know, but sure, listen. Integration. So that's now connected, retrieved. We're going from KDEN to LAX. Or no, we're not. We're going to LAS. We're going to friggin' Las Vegas. Fetch the latest plan. It's going to be the same plan. Now, do we refresh plan before boarding? No, we shouldn't have to. Sure we shouldn't? And then enable GSX. GSX boarding state will override logo light trigger. Couldn't tell you what any of this means, but let's just go with it. Let's just go with it. Could be grand, lads. Right? Why do we choose to do so much kind of, brain work on New Year's Day? Jesus. So it's detected the aircraft and our flight from SimBriefs. That's pretty cool. GSX got consigned to the scrap heap. Dougal, really? Is it acting the Dennis Hickey? It is. Throw that over there now. What's this we? Listen, we're all in this together. Way. Pity SimBrief doesn't do helis. Yeah. If you don't use GSX, you can tell the app boarding has started by turning on the logo light. Gotcha. Okie dokie. I blame Gibber for this. He said, Murph, you need to try it. In fact, I think he asked me, must have been like 4 months ago. Murph, will you have a look at that? Otherwise it uses GSX boarding. Yeah. Okay, well, let's see. I might turn off the GSX integration. Although, announcements will be triggered, boarding state, refueling, deboarding is also supported. If you don't have GSX, disable it and just use the logo light. I'll just use the logo light. The app just lives in the taskbar, so set it and forget it. Jim Go said, who exactly is Dennis Hickey? He's related to Mickey. So when you're saying you're taking the right? Yeah. Let's see what happens here now on our load up, and let's get back to Vegas to make sure that there's no mad scenery issues. Because that was odd, wasn't it? That was odd. Yeah, Sunday roast we're having today, lads. A big ham. Jeez, it's going to be lovely. I'm going to be in a terrible state flying tonight. I'll be full of a Sunday roast. Right, get in there now, Jacintia. Oh, friend. Friend request. Don't crash, sim. Tarnish. Good man, Tarnish. Tarnish, does that mean you're actually on Flight Sim 24 now? Would you go away? I'm at bashing me heel. Ooh. That's the second time. I did it once during the Navigraph video and I could scream to my own, you know. Oh, right. Now, get over to Vegas again, you big Egypt. Here we go now. In you go, you big Jesse. Who are the lads? We've a Sunjammer and a Dougal. Ooh. Shall I go here? Delta 42, right? Yes, makes total sense now. And Jim. Real time and live weather. Tarnish is now on 2024. Does that mean now I can retire join FS? No. Wait. Did you hear her? She was about to say something and then she didn't. Right. Are we going to have scenery here? Okay. It doesn't look like I have scenery, lads. Also, what's going on with the weather? We have scenery. So the flight hamper stuff was absolutely shagged, and now we're going to like old photogrammetry with a mix of the real stuff. That'll do. But I lost the fountain at the Bellagio, look. Oh no, it's still there. Okay, so we're just using photogrammetry. Where's now the World Bar? Ah, yeah, sure. Remember that place well. Jesus. Right, we're live. It's bad at Vegas. Yeah. Jeez, the weather is horrendous, isn't it? Okay, views are working. Tablet, let's be having you. Is that the wind on the aircraft doing that? We don't want to be on ground configuration here, Chief. So request ground power unit. Grab the jetway. And we'll go power. Emergency lights. Ground power. Wait for that to connect. I did request ground power. Connecting ground power. Huzzah! Okay. Let's see what we need to do here, sports fans.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're very welcome on board your Firefly Air flight.
Go out of that.
To facilitate a speedy departure, we kindly ask you to step in from the aisle. Yes, looking at you, madam. To allow your fellow passengers boarding behind you to pass by. As we're operating a busy flight today, we kindly ask for your full cooperation by strapping in tight, as we plan to break every airport speed limit going. Where we're going, we don't need roads after all. All smaller items such as handbags, laptop bags, backpacks and airport shopping must go under the seat in front of you. Good luck finding them again.
Okay. So it'll do its own call-outs when it wants, really, doesn't it?
Cabin crew, armed all and cross-check.
Ooh. Oh, we can play all these as well. It's the sort of boarding music that we love, isn't it? Yeah, play the boarding music, Murph. Pitched.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome on board our flight.
Alright. Oh, look at this. So the flight state controls are automatic, or we can go through everything. Oh, that's very good. Jesus, that's brilliant. The pre-boarding announcements, boarding announcements, pre-taxing, loads of slots. I think we only use a few for FAA. Okay. Oh, that's very good. So hang on. Seatbelts. It's over on flightsim.to. I'm liking this, Gibbo. Now, what's cool about Phoenix, you can actually control the volume with these guys, can't you? Wouldn't that be just brilliant? But it works. It works. All right. So the announcements then. Seatbelt.
Ladies and gentlemen, the fasten seatbelt sign has now been turned on. Please return to your seat and fasten your seatbelt.
Right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, the fasten seatbelt sign has now been turned on. Please return to your seat and fasten your seatbelt.
Has anyone tried it in a GA or a business plane? I imagine it would work there too, Mr. TPHI. How are we looking here? Right, bleeds, gens. Okay, we're sounding good. Okay. Let's reconnect to VATSIM. Okay, that works. What do we want? CTAF. So it's dot CTAF KLAS 119er decimal 9er 119er decimal 9er. Vegas traffic, Firefly 235 radio check. Vegas traffic, Firefly 235 radio check. Can you not hear me? Radio check?
555.
Thank you.
I got the loud and clear.
Hey. Right, brilliant, it works. And an American said it worked as well. Ah, fantastic! Right, now, oh yes, Jesus lads, we need to plan the flight. All our talk of what's happening, we need to plan the flight. So go back out here, look. Flight in port from Simbrief, and it's going to be Denver down to LAS, Los Angeles. Bloody hell, it's a big out flight. Look at the mileage here. Okay, so Denver, runway 8 at the moment, which is interesting, but let's go in and have a look at it. RNAV departure, climb on heading 083 up to 6,000-ish, then 083 or expect vectors to cross Tavern at or above 12,000 feet. Okay. From Tavern, on track 247, cross Vaughan at or above 14,000 feet. Okay, so look at all these. Well, that's because it's altitude. It's Las Vegas, yeah, I'm up it. Right. Speed restrictions: accelerate to 250 knot or greater upon reaching 10,000. If slower speed is required, advise clearance delivery. Okay, so they want you out of here fast, right? Standard or lower than standard if authorized. Okay, so yeah, we need to climb like an absolute devil here. Okay, that's fairly okay. We'll just need to watch our speed and climb. So it's going to be a relatively steep climb out. Runway 8. Our initial climb on heading 083. Once we get up to 6,000. And then we're going to get... we'll expect vectors to cross Tavern at or above 12,000. Right. Continue. Then we have the bit in the middle. And then it all gets terribly interesting. Chow, Wolf, Tattoo, Prino, and then into LA, friggin' Las Vegas. Vegas. Right, runway 26 left. ILS Z 26 left from Prino. Okay.
Vegas traffic, Southwest 162, fully established 26 left, 6, final Vegas.
Okay, let's have a look at this. So the arrival, Chow, Wolf, Pack, Jade, Sheen. That's not right. Oh, we're coming in this way. So we're going to come in at Chow and then Wolf. And then this is going to pick us up at Prino. Chow, Wolf, all the way to Prino. Okay.
Comms check, please. Vegas, Theta.
5x5?
Okay.
5x5.
How is this going to work? Am I looking at something wrong? Runway 26 left. It's the Chow 4 arrival. Right? Prino is over on the right. What is? Ah, Jesus. Right, here we go. Wolf, Tattoo, KLAS, Prino at 8,000 feet. Okay. So then from Prino, mandatory 8,000 feet, maximum speed 210 knots. That's okay. Then we go in for our approach on the ILS, and our glide slope is 3 degrees. 259, 65, 48, 31, and in. Straight in landing, localizer, ILS. Decision height is 200 above. Airport elevation. D-ATIS approach, Vegas Tower, ground. Airport elevation is 2181. All right. Missed approach. This is mad looking. Missed approach, climb 3,200 feet. Then as we swing around to the right hand side, we're going to climb up to 6,000 feet on a heading of 080. And inbound on the boulevard, is it Boulevard? VOR? Boulder City VOR. On the Boulder City VOR, on its radial 287 to the VOR, and we hold at 6,000. Right. Missed approach, climb, go up to 3,200 feet, swing around to the right over to 080 degrees, and then we start heading inbound to the Boulder City VOR on its radial of 287 degrees. And we hold with right-hand turns. So we're coming in at 287, and then we hold out here. Okay. It makes some sort of sense, because if it all goes wrong, we spin off up over the right-hand side, gaining altitude, and then we're to cut back across here. But at this stage, we're going to be climbing up to 6,000. So basically, as we're climbing to 3,200, then we start turning right to 6,000 feet on a heading of 080. Once we get to 6,000 feet, then we swing right again on the 287 inbound radial to Boulder City, and we hold at 6,000 feet on a right-hand hold. That makes sense. On a normal approach, decision altitude, not height. So decision altitude is 2269. Decision height is 200. So when I'm setting up my ILS, it goes 200, right? Expect vectors if it's staffed, says Dougal. Vectors for both approach and missed approach, do you reckon, yeah? Missed. Okay. Vectors for missed. Yeah, because they might send us over to Lappin, right? Alternate missed approach. So they could park us here rather than sending us against incoming traffic. That makes total sense. Dougal, how is my audio on VATSIM? Am I back to not like deafening you? Because if I'm not deafening it, I'll turn it back up. Oh, it's good. Brilliant. Right. Okay, so we're happy enough doing what we're doing there for this flight this evening. So let me see. That's our missed approach. Let's just come back in here and double check our star. So our star from Chow, Wolf, then we focus over to this guy over here, right? We want you. That's a bit arse about tit, but we'll do it. We'll do that. Why? I don't want a fill color. There we go. So that's what I need to concentrate on later on. Excellent. Make this terribly easy to follow, Murphy. Right, that's sticking out like a sore thumb. I won't make that mistake again. I'll be like, where am I? So we're looking after this gadget here. So runway 26 left and right. 10, between 10.5 and 9.5. Then no lower than 9. And then at exactly 8,000 once we get down to Prino. From Prino, we ramble in the door. And it's going to be at mandatory 8,000 feet. Right? And then we continue in with our approach. This should be fun. Crash Gaming, good nabbing. Welcome in, buddy. Zybok, welcome in. Go on, do a quick push back there so we can hear more of you, Murph. Oh yeah, will I do all this? I better disconnect from VATSIM though. Good luck to you. Oh wait, hang on. Here we go. Right, pushed. Yeah, we'll skip all of this just to hear engine sounds. I'm not in any way configured, but sure, listen, you know. Let me see here now. Even though I have nav, nothing else is working, but we'll do a quick push back to see what happens. Let's see here now. GSX, prepare for push and departure. We'll use Delta. Ice warning. No. Shouldn't we hear like all sorts of noises and stuff, no? Ground power needs to be off. Anti-collision light.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback. Due to icing conditions, please stand by for engine start until push is completed and brakes are set.
Okay, Jemima. Let's see what happens here, so. Jesus, she had a good New Year's. Huh? Right, now. Oh, Jesus! Brake set.
Departure check.
Release. Remove. Why isn't the thing playing? Or should it play? Don't forget the brakes, yeah, catch me out every time. Oh, it's when you start the engines. Oh wait, why isn't that working now? Look. Bobby! Come here to me. Activate. Actually, she wants us up to 250 early, doesn't it? Okay. We're getting some towage. Nose right, tail left. Straight. Wait, can we go straight? Yara. Nose right.
Release parking brakes, please.
Rajal. Brakes off.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Who's well and why are we starting on him? Packs are off.
This is your captain speaking. If you look out the right side of the aircraft, you will notice flight 198. He's challenging us to a race. We've turned on the fasten seatbelt sign because, well, it's about to get real. Cabin crew, prepare the doors for departure and cross-check.
Sounds like a fella knows the stuff, doesn't he? Did they go through the whole safety brief?
Ladies and gentlemen, if you've just joined
Brilliant.
us, a very warm welcome on board this Firefly Air flight. Just a reminder about hand luggage. Small bags may be kept underneath the seat in front of you, and all other items that you snuck on board and feeling very smug with yourself, well done. But they must be placed into an overhead locker. If you're seated on an emergency exit row, you lucky. All of your items must be placed in an overhead locker, as the floor around you and your seat must be kept completely clear. Your seatbelt must now be fastened for departure.
This is brilliant.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to draw your attention to the safety features on board this aircraft, Assessment 150. Wait, what? An Airbus A320?
It's a Boeing.
Okay. Most of you have already put your seatbelt on and fastened. Now we will demonstrate how you
Please
did
set
that.
parking brake.
To unfasten it,
Waiting
do
your
this.
confirmation for
To
a
fasten it
engine
again,
start.
do that. To secure the seatbelt tightly around your hips, pull firmly on the strap.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start.
To open
You can
the
disconnect.
seatbelt, lift up the buckle cover. Folks, if you don't like the jokes or the service today, there are 8 ways out of the aircraft. All emergency exits are clearly marked with red exit signs. In the event of an emergency landing, lights on the floor will illuminate to guide you to the exit. Or you could just follow me. There's no way any of you are beating me off this plane. There's 2 doors at the front, 1 left and 1 right, 2 doors at the rear, 1 left and 1 right, and there are 4 overwing exits covering the center of the cabin. In the event of a sudden change in cabin pressure, an individual oxygen mask will be lowered automatically in front of your face. Once you've stopped screaming, pull the mask down fully. Place it over your mouth and nose. Secure it with the elastic band and breathe normally. You must attend to your own mask first before attending to your favourite child or your husband, who's definitely screaming louder than you. And let's be honest, only those of you that actually paid the extra $49.99 are going to get oxygen anyway. There is a life jacket in a package under your seat. To use it, you should take it out of the package, put the jacket over your head, the long the long strap on the back should be brought to the front, hooked and pulled very tightly around your waist. Each jacket is equipped with a water-activated light. How the hell does that work? If you figure it out, let me know. You inflate the jacket by pulling down sharply on the red tag. Or for those who love to make life difficult, and you're an overachiever, you can inflate, using the red tube near your shoulder. Jackets must not be inflated with the cabin. And if by chance yours does not inflate, well, grab your neighbour and hold on for dear life. For those of you travelling with your children, why? The location and use of a life vest for your child that shows the most potential is located in the safety card in front of you. All handheld devices, including mobile phones, must now be in flight mode or switched off, held securely or placed in a pocket, your own pocket. Larger devices, including laptops, must now be switched off and stowed securely in the overhead lockers. Smoking of any kind is not allowed on this aircraft. Unless you're like me, and you're smoking hot. Well, thank you for your attention. Sit back, relax, enjoy your flight. For those who didn't give us your full attention, good luck.
Good luck to you. That's mad. I do not remember recording those at all. That's hilarious, Gibbo. Brilliant. I'm looking forward to this flight now tonight. Oh, Jesus, the sounds. No, not really that funny, no. Did Gibbo script them for you? He kind of did, yeah. Right. Ew! Okay, so chase plane is working, model matching's working, we fixed the city, we now have cabin sounds. I have an idea how to start the plane without exploding, and right, great news! Trouble Does Gaming, good to see you, buddy. Right, what time are we now? We're now 3:45. We're back in about 4 hours, lads, with this machine here, as we're going to be flying out of Denver, heading down to Las Vegas, and I'm looking forward to it. Doesn't it look very pretty? And what's kind of cool here, it's gas. Like I'm using wind wing or wind control stuff. But it all works. It all works. Brilliant. Check the manuals in the cockpit. Yeah, they're very good, man. They're very, very good. Internal advisory. Initech. And Wayland-Yutani Group. What? We have a Wayland-Yutani who flies with us. It's default Microsoft Flight Sim. Blue Duck. Jim, Happy New Year to you, bud. Hope you're well. Who else? Atlas, Happy New Year. Down the bottom you can come. Yeah. And to have, watch me have it. Cookies. Ah, jeez. Couple of different Easter eggs. Do you know? What else do we have actually back here? We have, haven't we got the emergency landing gear? We do. Not that we need to use it, lads, but it's good to know they're there. Right? If we do decide to have some sort of a failure as we're flying into Las Vegas later on this evening. What was I going to do? Let's go in and shag around with the weather here for a minute. Give us that for a minute. Right? And time of day. So it's going to be like this when we arrive this evening. Be around 10 o'clock Irish time. It's only like 4. It's going to be 2 o'clock in the afternoon. But if we had this look, oh Jesus!
The cabin lights. This is normal procedure. Keep your hands to yourselves.
Right, dimming the cabin lights. Actually, hang on. Isn't there? It's not very bright in here. Isn't there? Make it be bright. Yes. Come down here. Yes. Small bit of floodage. Up you go. One up here. Up there you go. Isn't there, which is the lightness class, isn't it? Isn't there like a control panel back here now to mess around with the cabin internals? Isn't there? Didn't they add this? They did. Automated cabin. No, shake off here now for a minute. Boarding takeoff. Medium white. I love the blue lights you get in the other gadget. Top Gun Glenny, good to see you, man. Happy New Year. Let me see. Control zones. Both zones. Entry. There's no coming soon. Coming soon. Coming soon, PMDG. We're only waiting a shagging year. It's coming soon. What were they thinking? Let me see here now. White bright. Oh Jesus, there we go, look. But they're not like blue lights, no? Oh, look, Asher, look! Well, and now come here, look. I mean, if you find yourself in a 737 and the lights are doing this, lads, I mean, I'm just saying, it's all terribly kind of... You know what I mean? They charge extra for the blue lights, right? No, this is the Echo 19 sounds, which, to be honest, I think are absolutely fine. So hang on, we can actually play the part of cabin crew. This is great news. We can't open the demo kit, though. For God's sake. I mean, it's unflyable, this thing. It's running in the bins. Is there another Easter egg? Did anyone find, like, lost luggage or anything? No? Or now, like, I don't know. Anything. Tyler's work is seriously improving. Really is. I hope there's a cup of coffee somewhere. There is, down here by our left-hand side. Hang on, we get the floodlights turned on. The lighting is class, isn't it? Ewald, thank you very much. Good to see you, man. Greg is here. Merv, Happy New Year. Deserve a thumbs up for your service you provide to the community. Thanks very much. I am a professional agent. Lights now, look.
Cabin crew seats for takeoff. We're getting out of Dodge.
Right. Oh, Jesus, look at the lighting. Hang on now, anti-collision lights. Can you be flashing there, please? Oh, brilliant. Jesus, look at the state of this.
Cabin is secure for takeoff. Should the lever go up or go down on the doors?
Don't mind him, it's grand. Lads. Now, isn't that absolutely deadly? Isn't it? That is class looking. The absolute hack of it. We're flying to Vegas tonight. Absolutely brilliant. Now, to be honest, anyone can do this flight with us tonight on the VATSIM network once you're able to fly on VATSIM, you know. If you can't fly in VATSIM, there's not much help we can give you. So I'm looking forward to this, man. I did 777, we got the owl internet working again. There's mods to age the cockpit and improve the landing and taxi lights also. Ooh. I remember there used to be the cockpit mods, I remember that. It is looking terribly nice, though. LOD is a little bit on the old kind of aggressive side, but it's alright, like. What a friggin' machine this is. Isn't it deadly? I have missed this in the sim, I really have. This is going to be a deadly flight. We could be in total trouble, though, you know. It is me. Expect all sorts of things to happen. I'll take the LOD being aggressive for the performance. Very true. We're getting good performance. It's giving you 15 more than the iFly. Jesus. This is going to be a deadly flight. It'll be grand, it'll be grand. Murph, my brain has gone blank. Can you show us how to get show us how to get the multiplayer button on Flow? The multiplayer button. As in toggle multiplayer on or off, Dougal. Because if you're looking for that, you can't do it. There's a limitation at the moment with Flow. Yeah, you can't. There's no button that you can activate or deactivate multiplayer mode. You know? The fact that my Spotify queued up the same song, Murph, get out of me PC, you freak! Ahmed, it's good to see you, buddy. Yeah, Dougal, it's a real pain in the ass, man. Because it was one of, it's just one of the most important things. Toggle multiplayer on or off. Flow can't access that at the moment, do you know? So if you're looking at this machine wondering, Murphy, you're not configured at all, we're correct. This is purely testing for our flight this evening, right? More flaps? Oh, the sounds are savage, aren't they? Is that little wheel a mod for settings? Yeah, this is Flow Pro. And it's only deadly. Oh, this is going to be a great flight. It really is. Sounded for engines. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, this will be fun. I'm looking forward to this now. So we're going to be kicking this one off at 2000 Zulu this evening. Oh wait now, have I got... I do. I have interior cameras as part of the cinematics. I wonder should I remove those? Let us see. Let us see. So hard mounted, we have... What's number 5? Jump seat. Edit the jump seat. We don't want to use it in cinematics. There we go. I'm back. And then our GoPro. I don't want to use this in cinematics either. Right. Does Portal work? It does. Portal still works. Which was the aircraft add-on? If you kept going bananas with the pen, you broke it and the spring popped out. I mean, why else put them there? Oh yes, we can click the pen. Also, wasn't there a way then to change where you wanted to locate the tablet? The Naughtiest of Gnomes showed us this one. Huzzah! Oh, that's deadly, look. And if you want to put it back where she belongs, we just click back here. That's handy, isn't it? Flight Sim Max, good to see you. You found it quicker than I can type. Yeah. But that's handy, isn't it? Yeah, that's dead handy. Hello there. Welcome in. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this flight, lads. Absolutely looking forward to this. So we're going to be starting this stream at 2000 Zulu. That's at 8 p.m. tonight in Irish or UK time. And our flight will be from Denver, Colorado over to Las Vegas here in Nevada. The main things we need to look at would be on our flight plan. Effectively, there's a bit of jiggery pokery with our takeoff, right? If we don't have ATC, we'll self-vector, but we need to be at 12,000 feet come our first waypoint at Tavern. Now it's what, 20 miles, right? Or is it? What's the distance at Tavern? It looks to be 17.3. You know, so we'll see how we get on. Then when it comes to our arrival, our transition is going to take us from Chow, and then it's from Chow, Wolf, Tattoo, KLAS, Prino, and then the ILS from Prino in. And then our missed approach is going to be climb to 3,200 feet, hang a right-hand turn up to 6,000, and then we'll stick on the 080 heading, and we'll either be vectored to the alternate missed approach, or we could be vectored down to the Boulder City. You know. Our starting altitude, oh yeah, sure, it's high, like it's like 7,000 or 8,000. Yeah. But performance could definitely play a trick on that. What else now do we need to check out before we go? We've done the weather. I'm happy enough with our procedures. The aircraft is working. We got our sounds working. The scenery has been fixed in Vegas. VATSIM model matching and communication is working. And we have our MCU working. Chains of jocks ready. Yeah, it's going to be a good one. But yeah, we're going to be flying this one, as I said, at 8 o'clock this evening. And I'm very much looking forward to it. It's going to be a laugh. Bring lots of cash for Black 17. Go on, Black 17. Oh man, listen, I would absolutely love to be actually going to Vegas. It's a friggin' deadly place. I missed it so much. It was so much fun there. Like even, you know, over here, you know, when we were in Vegas, they brought us out this road, and this is kind of how things went. So we had to go up this road. There was all sorts of roadworks going on. They demolished the, is that the new hotel? Didn't they demolish a hotel here? Isn't that like gone? Tropicana? That's gone now, right? We were staying out in the Rio, which is hanging left after the Bellagio. Up here, there we go. Look at that. Look at that. And my room, I had a sexy room. My room was over here somewhere. So my view was something like that. I mean, where would you get it, lads? Absolutely deadly. Savage. And then across the road from the Bellagio, we had the lovely pints in a place called I think it was Beer World, or the World of Beer, I think. And then we ended up going down to a Coyote bar down here, which you might have thought was a nice simple walk. It took us shagging 2 hours to get down here. Right now, is that it there? We came down past the volcano. It was down here, look. Yeah. It was down to there, I think. And then we came back out and went inside to the Venetian. That's the Venetian? And then the Flamingo. And then the rest of it I can't really remember because I was in a state of utter transmogrified. But it was very good. It was great. Absolutely brilliant. Vegas Meltdown. Yeah, it's the photogrammetry. They really need to do something with the photogrammetry. They did a bit. But like, you know what I mean? It could do it a bit more now, to be fair. What an absolutely mad place. It's a mad place. So much friggin' fun. And the work they did in the Rio, like the Rio was nice. Jefferson brought us out for a spin. Where did we go for? We went for something up here, didn't we? We found like a handy shop or something. Do you know? This is standard, Glennie. This is standard. But the airport is from Fly Tampa. Oh man, it's a friggin' deadly place. I love it. Vegas was so much fun. If you ever get the chance to go to Las Vegas, just go. Just go. It's brilliant. Oh, come here. We went down to the old town as well. Hang on a second now. In here at the back of the old Golden Nugget, look. Speed her up there now, Giuseppe. Now, slow her down. This neck of the woods. Fremont Street, isn't it? This place is deadly. Does anyone see me messages? Yes, Roy, we can. Yeah, that's kind of shag looking. But that's Fremont Street. And it's only brilliant. Then the Mob Museum is over here. One of those buildings is the Mob Museum. It's just class. Vegas is brilliant. Can't wait to get back there. For whatever reason, don't know yet, but we need to go back. You know, Bell bro, good to see you, buddy. Hope you're well. And then we're back into our back into the airport. All the things with the stuff. Look, all the billboards. The Blue Man Group. Excellent. When Muse gets married. Yeah. Das Pub, welcome in, buddy. Thank you for the follow. Yeah. Come to our house. Rebel basketball and football tickets on sale now. Right. Injury attorneys. Ah, brilliant. Benson Bigman. You just know by looking at them, they have your interests at heart. Do you know? Or the good lawyer, as opposed to the crap lawyer. Personal injury and family law. Yous are all mad about suing people in America. You need to calm it down a bit, lads. There's more crack if you don't sue people. What's this now? The only non-stop service from LA to Beijing. Be the Jesus. That's most unusual. You'll have the stag there too. Come on, Muse. Gibbo 60th is coming up. There's Frank. Frank Caliendo. Oh, he's brilliant. He was going to be in the Hard Rock Cafe on the 24th of February, whenever that was. There's my plane that has no landing gear because of the LOD. No engines either, in fact. Ben and Teller. No, Penn and Teller. Penn and Teller, jeez. Elton. Asher Elton John, look. Fish. Scorpions. What else do we have here? Here's floating signs. All are welcome here. Lincoln Park, look. Wet Republic. Huh? Floating cars? What's going on? The airport doesn't like the scenery, obviously. Jesus, we've more signage, look. Love and theft. And then you've all the other signs. Excalibur. I was going to stay in Excalibur. Interesting. Get back in the tower, you. You're not allowed out to talk to grown-ups. Brilliant. Yeah, I'm looking forward to flying into here tonight. McDonald's with a liquor outlet. Would you get out of town, would you? Jeez, Penn and Teller all over the shop, aren't they? Superstars. Oh, American... vomit. Vomit, I say. Right. Yeah, this is going to be class, lads. And then we have this overpriced weird thing that looks pretty cool. The Sphere. The Sphere. Struggling to get the Sphere running. Indeed. Is that in real life? We never went on the big wheel, look. At the back of the... We should have done that. The crowd... Wait, if memory serves me. Hang on a second there now. Ooh, wasn't there? There was. Where are we now? No, not the Tropicana. Hang on, get your bearings right. Get the bearings right. Get the bearings right. The road isn't like that in real life, but sure, listen. David Copperfield. That's the back of the FBO. No, get your bearings now. Where am I? I was over here. Yes. It was over here. There was something here of important significance. I just can't remember what it was. Where was it? Come out. Come out, turn right, and right again, wasn't it? Was it not over here? I thought it was. Oh, it is. Jesus, it is, look. Ooh. Great spot, I've been told. But anyway, where are we going now? Oh yeah, I'm going to have my dinner. Sunday roast. Come here, look, and it's Thursday. But anyway, lads, we're going to be back at 8 o'clock. Fly Tampa Dougal is the airport. The Fly Tampa City doesn't seem to be working. Or at least I was getting an error with it. But Fly Tampa are too busy building friggin' Area 51 or something to fix this. So we need this fixed after they do Area 51. Because their Vegas is excellent. Do you know? Very, very good. So anyway, lads, we're back, as I say, in just under 4 hours. We're going to be flying the PMDG 737 out of Denver, Colorado, down here to Las Vegas, Nevada, on the VATSIM network. And sure, listen, it's going to be grand. Nothing's going to go wrong at all. We hope. So enjoy the rest of your afternoon, or whatever it is, or whatever time it is. And we'll see you after a couple of hours, after some much-needed dinner. It's America's best restaurant chain, I understand. I read that somewhere. Yeah, 100% Muse. I read it somewhere too. Right, lads, thank you also very, very much indeed for tuning in, for keeping us company, and for all the support. Happy New Year, and we'll see you in a couple of hours.